Life is better with MTN mobile money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better.
Sorry. The statue of Kwame Nkrumah. In the Larabanga Mosque.
Did you create that from scratch?
Pardon, all of them from scratch, yeah. Okay, so after creating the models in Blender 3D, I exported them as an OBJ file and then brought them to Adobe After Effects for animation. So I modeled the models individually, and then I composed it in Adobe After Effects. I composed it into a scene. And this is the scene in Adobe After Effects using a plugin called Element 3D. So after composing them in Element 3D, I added the skies, the reflection, and a few elements. After that, I used another plugin called Skybox Metal to convert the video into an equi-rectangular map. So this equi-rectangular map is then uploaded to YouTube, which YouTube, before uploading it to YouTube, I inject it with a metadata provided by Google. So YouTube will recognize the video as a 360-degree video. So YouTube will fold the video, the equi-rectangular map video itself into a sphere so that the user can see all the angles of the video while it's playing. Okay, so that's the working process of the animation. Pardon? Yeah.
You don't have the file to show the animation again?
The animation is an online video, so unless it's
a portfolio.
Okay. For my portfolio, I have one animation I did last year, which with other works, I got to win the graphic designer of the year for last year, 2016. A 2D animation, yeah.
So if we want to see your animation, what do we search for on YouTube?
Pardon?
If we want to see the animation you made, you said it's on YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so this is what it is.
No, in Ghana, Graphic Design Awards Ghana. It started 2 years ago. Yeah.
You have a graphic design awards. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Emoluments. Is it in the list? I don't see okay, so it's monuments, not our monuments.
So the end game is that you want to do many more
Animations, yeah.
things of our cultural stuff.
Yes, yes. And animations addressing some social issues, yeah.
But can you have a YouTube
Channel.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Two. The animation, that one me the graphic designer of the year, and this one, yeah. With the with this one, I think it's about 30, and the one for the apps challenge, I uploaded it the day I did the first audition, so I think it's about 10 or so.
All right. Do you have a big following on Facebook or
On Instagram, yeah.
you have a big following on Instagram?
Yes, please.
All right. What's your following like?
About 777.
That's
or
not
so.
a big following.
Yeah.
Even me, I have more than that. I have a big following. Okay, that's fine. It's not big. Okay. You want to show us this?
Okay.
She wanted to be a professional musician. Dated a model in fashion. My mama couldn't be the musician she wanted to be because she got pregnant and was sent to her parents at the village. Neither the princess because she got pregnant and her school fees was used as much as a child.
Okay.
Say no to teenage pregnancy and become whatever you want to be. Say no to bad company and don't give in to peer pressure. Avoid the use of drugs and alcohol. They let you make bad decisions and may let bad people take advantage of you. Learn to say no. Even to the elderly, you have the right to. Talk to your parents about all your sexual problems in me. This message is brought to you by Center for Visual Communication Research.
Let's see your financial.
Yeah. That's
Okay, with the financial projection, I plan of pitching the animation, especially the 360-degree video, to Ghana Education Service and Ministry of Tourism. With the Ministry of Tourism, I proposed. I'm going to propose to them to put 360-degree videos of some tourist sites on their website, so that
so. How much will you be charging them for it?
about 3,000 for a minute, depending on the type of animation. Yeah.
Have you been to? Have they changed their site? Have they changed their site? If it's, I know it's a very old site that's
Yeah,
still there.
yeah, I've
They
been to
even
the
haven't updated it. So okay, so government projects are hard. You might not get it. What's your backup plan?
Some of the animations, it's about entertainment, so I would there's a little entertainment in the animated videos, so I will upload them on social media, especially YouTube, and monetize them. Yeah.
You monetize on YouTube.
Yeah.
So if government of Ghana won't buy from you, you monetize on YouTube.
Yeah, because of the purpose, the animation.
How much if you are only monetizing on YouTube? What's your thinking and how much revenue you make in the next 12 months?
That will be the animations I do on my leisure time. That include some educational materials. I think the public.
And that's
should see.
fine.
But
But how
then
much do you think you will make in a year?
for the monetization?
Monetization of of your apps.
For that one,
You haven't thought about it.
not yet.
Okay.
No.
All right. Anybody have any more questions?
How many friends do you have in your class?
Friends, we are about 200, and about half of them are. Yeah.
That's 100 people.
Yes, please.
What hall are you in?
Pardon?
What hall are you in?
I'm in a hostel, Long Island hostel. That's good. Yeah.
How many friends do you have there?
About 20, yeah. Like, yeah.
120.
Close, yeah.
You know why I'm adding up these numbers?
No, sir.
In order to make money off
Advertising.
advertising, you need numbers. It's the numbers that will pull people to want to do something with you. You get it?
Yes, sir.
So from now, your social media page, your Instagram page, you must start getting your followers to like it. Then you create
More
a
content.
page on more content on YouTube and start getting people to like short renditions of this thing. Then eventually you get a certain follower. When you upload this and you get 1,000 people liking it, having viewed it, then it becomes money.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
it's important.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I want to know how many minutes is one monument. It's one after the other, isn't it?
Yes, please.
How many minutes is it?
On each
Each, yeah.
monument, it's a few seconds, depending
Few
on
seconds, okay.
Yes.
How much will it cost to have
to have
13?
13.
Yeah.
For the one I plan doing for the Ministry of Tourism, it depends on
Me,
how
not
complex.
Ministry of Tourism.
Okay,
You're
it
selling
depends.
to me.
It depends on how complex the animation will be.
The monuments that I'm seeing now,
The monuments.
it's already
this one.
made.
Let's give an average.
Okay.
Averagely, it will cost me, if you do 13 for me, it will cost me
13.
this amount.
Okay, I'm planning on the pricing on time. So 30,000 for a minute, and this one contains 4 monuments. Yeah,
30,000 per minute.
yeah. per
30,000
minute.
Ghana cedis.
Yes, please.
Per minute.
Per minute.
Okay, I'm seeing that. Okay, I'm seeing the is it the Black Star or the
Black Star Gate.
whichever one. One. How much is one?
One.
Okay, I mean the seconds that you have, it's already made. I want to buy it. How much is it? That's all.
Okay. One about 15 to 20,000. Yeah.
For one monument.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Hey! Got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN Apps Challenge version 4.0 is here! You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN Apps Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei, and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church right.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Who is this who stop meat by their sharing here? False alarm. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
And then we'll ask questions. Yeah, so the process of making the video, I suppose, right?
Okay.
The process of making the video, and then we'd like to see your business projections.
Okay.
And then, yeah, okay. So,
Okay.
with our animation, we use 4 softwares because of KNUST.
What are you called?
Our animation is Do It Right.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah. I
You have the storyboard.
Yes, madam.
Are you in the same class with the guy who left?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You are the ones with the person whose house was dirty and then electricity. This difference is really stark, isn't it? Okay.
So
we have to ask them to show us portfolio.
yes, we started drawing our background and everything in AI. As we said, we use mouse. So
It looks like. I'm surprised.
They went freelance, all of them.
Maybe it was easier.
What's happening?
the software is launching.
Somebody can start talking before it opens up because you have a limited amount of time.
Then after using the mouse to draw the backgrounds in AI, we sent them to Photoshop to do the extra texturing and other stuff. Then we moved on to Toon Boom.
You have 2 minutes more.
We move on to Toon Boom where we did a frame by frame drawing of the character, animation and everything. Then we rendered the video in sequence. So every scene and its video. So after getting all the videos, we later moved on to After Effects, where we did the gas effect, the fire, and then with the pop-up, the notice. And after that, we moved on to Premiere Pro, whereby we brought all the different videos together, and then we added the background music and then other sound effects. I think that's the process we went through.
Okay.
It's not opening.
Still not opening.
So here is one.
This thing is annoying.
It's the same. You already have it.
Here's one of the background in the kitchen. This is the kitchen scene. So everything was done by the shape tools. We use the shape tool to do everything by using the mouse. Just click drag, then we create the shape. Then came to Photoshop. So with the Photoshop, the same, what we did in AI, the AI we copied, separate the elements one by one to Photoshop, where we use the brush I customize the brush to give the texture of that dirtiness and everything. So we did everything with mouse. Yeah, the effect. So the files are separate. Here are the layers for each and every object we see. So the oil, then the table, the effect of the light on the table. We have the cylinder, and then the fork, other stuff. So later on, after this stage, we export the background in JPEG to Toon Boom. My machine is kind of slow. Please pardon me. Okay. Whilst Toon Boom is open, I would like to open the After Effects.
Okay, and then you show us some other work you have done as well. The time is passing.
Okay. I mostly do
You bring your charger.
motion for this. Because of this app, we came together. But actually, we are different. For me, I mostly do motion graphics. He is a photographer, and then this guy mostly does the animation and painting and drawing. So here is an example. Here's one of my work I did for Farmerline on their mobile app called Insight. And it's on YouTube.
Okay. About how to make up some money off this. What's your plan?
Oh, this MTN app challenge really, as I said, it's a challenge. So it gives us a lot of challenge because we were doing our final year projects and other stuff. But we have a plan and future for this whole kind of animation. We want to. Our final year project is we are working on animation for deaf people in Ghana, specifically deaf primary one school children, the deaf. So we want to.
So it's what they see.
Yeah, with animation. We found out that during our research, we went to the school. They were not having adequate educational materials because all of the materials are for those who can hear. So we started doing. We started a script and everything to convert their syllabus in animation using sign language and then gestures and other stuff. So we after final year, that's our project. We have the vision to continue with that project, not to leave it that way. That's why we focus on sign language and then there's gestures to portray our ideas, not rather than using word.
Do it right. How many minutes is it?
It's 1 minute.
Can I see it again?
Our machine is so, but it's online.
Okay.
How much would it cost me to get you to do a 1 minute or 2 minute advert for me?
5,000.
5,000 cedis for a minute. Okay.
Okay. Is there any more? Any more questions?
Good.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys.
Between you and the other guy in your class, who's a better animator? You won't tell me.
Animators.
You should say you're the better one.
He's more into designing, frankly.
Designing. You are into, huh?
We are into motion graphic and animation.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
from the other guy that he's more into the graphics or drawings.
Yeah,
All these type of things.
that's true.
This is school computer, right? How did you get this laptop?
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN.
I'm trying to.
So, okay, so let's break it down for you, right? So tell us 30 seconds what the app does, and then what has happened since we last talked to you, and then we'll look at your code.
Okay. Actually, the app is used to summarize documents and as well translate text into different, about 33 different languages. That is the basic use of the app. And when I came here the other time, I talked about how I came about with the app. And I would like to brief a little bit on that. And as I said, the main purpose was to summarize documents, because most of the times students find it hard to read boring text from PDF files and other kinds of text files. So I decided to create this app so that it will help them to summarize what they will read. And then as well, I would like to also help others who want to be able to read documents in different languages to translate that document into a readable format. And the app, the main project is both an app and an API. And for the API, as I said, it's still not fully functional. So with the app, I try to use already made APIs and with some twist to make it look more natural, because that was the main purpose of our summarization and or our translation or the content of the app. And I would like to present the source code in order to provide the evidence of what I've done, the work I have done on making this app. Is there any way you could quickly just increase the font size? Edit, preferences, editor. Should be a tab on the left that says editor, and then you should be able to choose the font size.
Make it, let's say, 30, 32 point. That's good.
You don't have the whole time, you know that, right?
Okay. So, from this place, this package that is open, that's the main package that contains most of the contents of the file. And then with the second package, that is where the summary is actually done. And the last package is for translation. So with the first package, we have the about the app, and then we have the main activity for the app, and that contains the menu and other navigation like the tabs. When you take the tabs, with the first tab, that's with the document search. This is the class, the activity that contains the document search, and we actually have an adapter to list and the document, and then the model, the root, that is to list the files on the person's phone.
Do you want to show?
Then we also have.
Wait. Do you want to show the part where you do the summary?
Okay. So with a summary, first we have to extract text, and this is a class, this is a method that is used to extract PDF text. And the reason why I commented is because I would like to allow that feature only if the person is trying to buy the app or something like that. And there's
Is the reason you didn't have a flag that's set that's reflected with that where you use Google Play service and you're doing Apple purchase? So you're going to have two separate APKs, one APK that's the paid version, one APK that's the free version?
Yeah, please. So with this free version, I will not allow the person to be able to summarize document to a certain extent. So I would like to limit the features for the app, and then allow certain features for the limited.
If you want more, you pay for it.
Yeah, you pay for it. So, but with the free version, there will be ads too, so that I can make money from that. And this is the text. For text, they will be able to extract text. And then when it is being extracted, this is the summarizer that we built, and it extends a library that I went to. I used in the app, that is the classifier 4J.
So is this a library that you created or a library that somebody else created that you're using?
Actually, I said my own library is still not fully functional, but I'm
using somebody else's library for now.
Yeah. So I extended what they have done, and then I tried to make it look better. So this is what I did. This is the class that contains the implementation I did for the library. The summary, the summarize, actually return the summary, and then get most frequent words. That method is used to get the frequent word that occurs mostly in the document. And then we have the internal summary that summarizes the content before we do the actual summary. And then we come to the...
What does that mean? What do you mean you do the summary before you do internal summary before you
Yeah, actually what we do is, at the background, we have to do some work before we come out with some results before the person will see the results. So what we do is, if you select 5 sentences, before that 5 sentences will come up, we have to rank and then choose. So with that, the internal summary actually summarizes all the sentences we have and choose the only important ones and bring it up, and then select 5 when we try to use it.
I mean, whether or not the sentence is important.
Actually, we have the frequent occurring words to help us to determine if it is important or not.
So if you find the words that occur a lot. How would you use that to determine whether a sentence?
And then we have the reorder sentences. So it reorder the sentences, like arrange them in a format that we want it to arrange it.
What format?
From the highest priority to the lowest priority, I think.
That's what I want to know. How do you determine that?
By ranking the keywords that frequently occur in a sentence. So take, for example, sentence 1 contains the keyword in the document. For the whole document, we have certain keywords that are key to the understanding of the document. So if you know that keyword, we'll be able to find those keywords in every sentence that have been, the person that is in the document. Then we reorder them. So after the reorder, we have the internal summary and other things.
So
is that something you came up with as a way to determine important sentence, or is something that is backed by research or something?
Yeah, it's something that I was able to come out with.
Came up with that.
Yeah.
If a sentence has the word that occurs the most in a passage, that means it's important, or it's like
no, actually, it's part of the entire determination of a sentence being at higher priority, but it's not the only distance. The reason why we did this was because the library we used was not adding those features, so we tried to add that feature to enhance the summary.
Is the output, do you shorten or manipulate the structure of a sentence, or do you just decide which are the most important sentences and only show those sentences?
Yeah, actually, as I was saying, with my API that I'm developing, I'm trying to.
What do you have today? What does it do now?
Okay, for now, it ranks the sentence and just give the output. It doesn't replace the phrases.
The last time we asked you whether you had permissions for the libraries and other intellectual property that you were using in coming together with your app, and you were to get back to us. How far?
The mission, I don't understand.
The library you were using. Do you have permission to make other people use it, or do you have permission to use it in?
Yeah, okay. The library that we are trying to use for our distance.
You're trying, or you are using?
Okay, the library that we are using, that's the Stanford NLP and then the Open NLP. They are all open source, but they required for us to, for commercial version, we have to acquire a license. So that we have done already.
So you have the license?
Yeah, so I have the license. So what I have to do is to build upon that and then develop my fully functional API. But with the classifier is an already made summarization distant tool that you can use to summarize, but it's not actually better. So we try to add some features for the free version. So with the, let's say, with the paid version, we will use our own API to make it.
Okay, and then there was something I didn't understand the last time too well. So say I have a PDF of 5 pages, which is maybe a pretty technical document, and your thing summarizes it to 5. How close it is to human translation or human summary? I don't know.
That's the main reason why we are developing our API. From the classifier, it is actually like, let's say, 80 to 70%. It's closer to that range. It depends on the type of document that we are trying to summarize. So that was what I was talking about, the models that we trained to allow us to be able to find sentences based on a certain criteria. So we will be using our own listing.
So right now, what is the strength of your translations? Would you say if it was in English, if it was in science? Because then they are very technical stuff. If it comes to science, if it came to physics, if it came to biology, are you able to summarize as, how do you call it, as close to what it is as possible, or it's got to do with English, which is pretty basic if you want to collect other languages and put them together to do a summary?
Yeah, actually, I would say it's very close.
Even for physics and other things?
Yeah, it's very close, because if it wasn't, I wouldn't have even moved. Before I tried it on several distant documents, I realized it was close, because 70% or 80% is very close. So I decided to use it.
Have you shown it to any educators?
Actually, no.
So you are determining whether it is close or not? It's your choice.
Yeah, but I've also allowed some people to try to test it. So,
but no lecturers. Yeah, that's where the challenge is. Because I see a potential for this, but I don't know how accurate is it, especially if students are going to use them to, you have a midterm coming up, and then you decide that, look, I've got 20 pages of something to read, and say, okay, let this thing summarize it. Yeah. What does it take? What essence of the...
That's what I asked him there.
That's my challenge, really. It's a good idea, but I want to,
to be sure that the algorithm that's being used
doesn't mess people up and,
Okay. Actually, what I did was, I was able to summarize certain document, but with, like I pointed out the other time, that the more sentences you increase, the more the ratio increases. So
that's my problem. My problem is that you're allowing me to choose how many sentences I want out of it.
Yeah, the reason why I'm trying to do that is we first of all thought of making it possible that if you want to summarize, let's say, a document of 400 sentences, we will actually determine the number of sentences that we want to give you. Like, let's say maybe 40. Maybe 40 makes sense, so we will try to give you 40. But realize that won't be enough flexible. So if we allow the flexibility for the person to be able to choose the number of sentences he wants the document to be.
Once in the summary.
Yeah, because with the 40 out of the 400, I would say getting 50 sentences, summarizing, getting 50 out of the 400 is better than getting 40 out of the 400. That's why we allow them to.
Because I'm pressed for time, I only need 20 sentences.
Yeah.
Whilst if everything was up to you to determine how many sentences come out as a final result, then you can say a lot more about it, that the compression is at this ratio, that if you give us this amount of text, this is how much you reduce it to. And you're talking about dedication too. If you want me to bet on you that I can just look at what you have done and read it and pass my exam, you have to tell me, you have to give me more information than just saying that you can find the most important sentence for me.
Okay.
Because for all you know, the most important sentence doesn't have the word that occurs a lot.
Okay. Actually, with the work that we are trying to do, we are trying to build upon what others have done. So that will be our addition. It will be added to.
Yeah, I think
we try to do that.
Even if at the end of this page, all it is actually coming up with an algorithm that other people use in compressions over time, it's fine. I think we finished with the questions.
Yeah.
Okay. What was the app called again? Promosia.
Promosia, yeah.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. And if you win your category, you'll definitely hear from us.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN mobile money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church
oh.
rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. So it's these who stop meat by their sharing here. For salam. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN, everywhere you go.
From there, you can talk about what has happened since we last saw you, and then we'll do the code review.
Good afternoon, I'm Isaac, this is Peter, and we are from Wise and Byte working on Pasco. Pasco is an app which helps students in tertiary institutions prepare better for exams by giving them access to past questions from their smartphones or PC. It makes it from their smartphone. Sorry, it makes it convenient in that it prevents it takes away the stress of getting past questions, paper past questions to solve. And what has happened since we last came here was when we last came here, the app was not working. We went back, looked at the code, realized what was wrong, and fixed it. And now the code works, the app runs properly, and that's what has happened since we last came here.
Okay.
Who's Wise?
That's the company name. We actually for not to, so there's no one.
Oh, you're for, so none is Wise, none is Byte.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So let me take you back to your university days where you had to write exams. You hadn't studied anything the whole semester, which is like typical of university students. And you rushed to try get past questions to solve. and you don't get some to solve. You finally get some, and then it's blurry because it's been photocopied over and over again. And you solve and you don't even know whether you are correct because you don't have answers. You go to the smart guy in the class, and he tells you he's busy. And you are frustrated, but by some miracle, you manage to write the exams, you don't fail. And thanks to Pasco, you don't fail. And we were in the system for 4 years. We didn't like it, so we saw that it was a real need, and there was a real problem students were facing. No one was bothering to solve it, so we decided to solve it. We created Pasco, which allowed you to access your past questions from your phone, so that whether you are stuck in a trotro in traffic or you are in a queue in a bank, you have access to your past questions and answers on your phone. You can just take it out while you're in your traffic, you look at it, and you get ready for exams, and you don't have to wait till the last minute. And that's what we are doing. So with Pasco, you have access to your test answers and questions related to your course. You can comment on them. You can see who has answered what. And it's a better experience than what you normally would have done. So we are targeting, we want to make it available in Ghana and Nigeria. Starting from Ghana this year, want to release it in 3 schools. And we put together UCC, KNUST, and Legon. There are about 100,000 of students. We want to target just 10% of the 100,000. That's this year, which is 10,000. From research, we realized that people were willing to spend up to 20 cedis per semester to have access to Pasco. So how we are making our money is we are selling Pasco vouchers. To get access to the test questions, you need to buy them from our Pasco store. And Pasco vouchers just work like your normal recharge card. When you sign up when you download the app, we give you some Pasco credits, which can buy you a couple of courses. But when you exhaust it, you can buy Pasco vouchers, which give you Pasco credits, which is our in-app currency. And then you can use the Pasco credits to buy courses. So we are, estimating that you spend 20 cedis per year buying Pasco, multiply that by 10K students who we are targeting this year, and we have 200K in revenue. Now, next year, we intend to add 3 more schools and reach 30K students, multiply that by another 20 cedis per year, and we have 600K in revenue. By 2019, we are certain that we are going to have the network to scale up to Nigeria, where we can reach as much as 100K students put together in Ghana and Nigeria, giving us total revenue of 2 million Ghana cedis by the end of 2019.
Okay.
3 million?
3 million. This job thing says 3 million. You are saying 2 million. You don't agree with your thing. That's fine. Show us the code. I think we are beeping, so you need to show us the code. Okay.
So we have an Android version currently because from our research, 78% of the people we are targeting.
Do you have a CMS backend?
We're using a backend as a service platform, Firebase, so we don't actually write any backend code. Most of the code is found on the client side.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Show us. Are your questions hard-coded or you upload them?
We upload them. So we have a web client that sends, sorry. We have a web client that interacts with Firebase and uploads the questions over there. And the Android client pulls those questions and displays them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, while he's trying to do what he's doing, we also have people who enter data on our behalf. So, like you said, we have developed a back end which allows us to enter questions which go to the Firebase console and then the app pulls. And we have 400 users at the moment, engineering students in KNUST. That's what you use to validate.
Yeah. So, actually, that's a really good question because you mentioned your numbers. Yeah. So, which courses are you going to attack first, just out of interest?
We are starting with engineering courses because
they are the largest or they are the people you know?
We are doing that because when we look at that, we attended KNUST, so we are starting from there. When we look at we are engineering students.
So the question I asked was because efficiency versus effectiveness, right? Or where your largest numbers are. So is it because you know the engineering students, or because the engineering students are the largest group in?
It's because that's the coursework they can explain.
It's because for engineering students, the way the engineering structure is, a lot of the students do the same program, the same courses. So when you enter a few questions, you're able to reach more people to test with.
But social would have been bigger in terms of the numbers. Social science is twice the size of the engineering faculty. And so it would have made more economic sense to solve social science. You are only doing this because to validate this, it's better for you because you're engineering students. You would understand what the questions are. So that's what you say. You don't go and...
Okay. So let's walk through.
The code.
Okay, so here's a data model. So we have a set of courses. I'm showing you the diagrams because it's mostly JSON. Sorry. We have courses, and each course has a code, a name, a level, and a semester. And then we have tests, a test table. Also have has a set of instructions, duration, test type, year, and then a price. And then each question is connected to a test. It's actually way larger than, the diagram is actually very large, and I'm finding it a bit hard explaining it. So we just had to port this data diagram that we drew into Firebase. So Firebase is NoSQL based. So this is like one huge JSON file with all the data under them. So if you come under questions, we see that each question. Okay, so we see that each question has an answer and explanation, question number, the question itself, and a test key and a type of essay it's attached to. So over here on the Android client, I created services for assessing the question. So this method is for fetching a particular question when you have the key, and it just basically returns the question as I'm using RxJava. So it just returns it as an observable. So it can be called from anywhere in the code. And I did the same for each particular object type that we need to fetch from the database. So this method is for fetching a list of questions. So for example, in the main activity, we set up the activity, everything else, then we call fetch data, refresh data, and it uses the user service that I created to fetch a user. Then I get the user's courses that's been assigned to them. So each user, when you buy the Pascal credit, right, and then when you buy the Pascal credit, you're able to use it to buy courses. So when a user buys the courses, it gets assigned to them. And so you can fetch a user's courses by simply calling fetch course keys on the user object. And then I get the course keys, fetch the courses, and then I fetch the associated tests, and then I display them. I display them in the adapter. Any questions?
Are you done?
You're enjoying what you're doing. Right? He likes it. You created that, so you're excited that you're...
Yeah. In this case, I'm mostly speaking to you. He understands what I'm saying. If he doesn't, questions, please.
I'm not the only programmer here.
He's just made a mistake.
There are many of us.
Yeah.
What did you do?
He thinks he's the only one who understands the programming language.
Somebody has just emailed to say they are sorry. Don't join the ranks of those.
Oh, they've seen what
sorry.
people are saying. All right. Okay, so one quick one on the marketing bit of it. Have you thought of making use of student associations to actually do the questions and the answers and get paid Do you get what I mean?
No.
Okay, say you have Biochemistry Students Association. Have you thought of asking them to upload questions so when you sell, the association can get a certain commission? It will take you quicker through the uploading of questions than the process you are using now, and validating same.
We have, to restrict access, we have people who enter questions. We have interns who, one of the things they do is to enter questions. So we get to the people who can give us questions. They give us questions, and then our data entry interns enter it into this.
Okay, but what I mean is, okay, so how many interns do you have?
Currently, we have 4.
You have 4 who have to enter College of Engineering, College of Science, College of Social Science, College of what? All these. How about talking to the colleges and then proposing a revenue model where the lecturers then, or even if it's the student associations, decide that they are in a certain partnership with you for a short while, where they get the questions, it's validated, and it is passed on to you for you to upload, you know.
Okay.
And then based on that, they will get their students to buy off Pasco, and then you can get more money.
Okay.
Because if you go to Legon, the question sets are different.
Yeah.
You go to UCC, it's different.
Yeah.
And I don't see your 4 people go. I don't know how soon you could do that to get the rolling number that you want to make the 100K. Because if you go to Nigeria, one university's questions are going to be different from the other.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, you need to set up a system where it starts identifying the questions in a way. As you keep on going, it basically tends to, I don't want to use the word summarize, but it will be able to identify identical questions. And before you know, you now have a solid question tree of various courses.
Okay. Thank you very much. But what we've thought about is an OCR system.
Okay.
Where
which
makes it
directly. Okay, that's another. That's still a lot of work.
Can I see your? Do you have anything like? How is the data modeled, or how is the application modeled? Is it with some MVP, or MVC architecture, or it's
the Android app?
Yeah.
Okay, so I tried different architectures. I was using MVVM, using data binding, but it was causing issues because sometimes you change the code and then the library, I think because Google just recently added that the library wouldn't update. So the code you have running on the app and the code you actually wrote will be slightly different. So I decided to go back to creating sort of my own architecture. But I've kind of abstracted the data layer into this services package. So everything that has to do with interacting with the database actually happens here. And then I have my views, and all my activities are found in here. So I just, for example, in the main activity, which is found under here, I just call the necessary,
services?
Yeah, necessary services, and then it fetches the data from there. Yeah.
Can I see the question service?
Question service. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I can see you blocked my view. You not. Okay, walk me through what's going on.
Okay, so if I stand, can you still see?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
We can start at the top.
I'm using RX Java.
We can start at the top and come all the way down.
Top, all the way. Okay, so in Firebase, you have to declare you have a URL to each data point that you want to access, right? So I declared some static variables to handle that. So there's this. Can you hold it? Okay, so there's this helper function. Yeah, there's this helper function I created for getting a Firebase instance. So it always returns the Firebase instance. And then the data is arranged according to, it's supposed to work offline. The app is supposed to work offline, right? So Firebase has that built in already. You just have to call set persistence enabled, and it will keep the data offline even when the user goes off. So I fetch a database, which is an object that communicates with the entire database in general. Then I put this questions key is for fetching questions under the database. So I use that as we move on. So for example, in fetch question receives a key for the particular question that needs to be fetched. And then I call questions ref. Questions ref is defined here, and it's basically the database. I get a database, then I call the child node under it with the questions key that I declared. So it's kind of like, let's say it's pascoapp.com/questions, right? Yeah. I add an event listener for it. Firebase is real time, so it's, if you say add listener for events, it would, whenever the data under that particular node changes, it's going to call this function again. But I only need the data once for most of the time doing the app. I don't need it to be actually real time. So I add a listener for single value event. That means whenever an event, after the event is fired, it closes itself off.
Can I see the question model? The next
question
file before that one.
Yeah, so a question has a number, the question itself as a string, list of choices, if it's a multiple choice question, so A, B, C, D. And that is actually a map, so the key, so if it's A, then the string.
So how is your view, like this is a quiz engine, right?
Yeah.
So all this that's going back and forth is standard. You need to do it.
Yeah.
How is your view dynamic to accommodate the data that's coming from Firebase?
Yeah.
How you serve images?
Yeah.
Does it identify image questions and tells you that you need to tap this A, B, C? How dynamic is your view?
Okay, so knowing that questions can be in so many different formats, we use the web view for it.
So
we fetch the data.
You use HTML to determine what to show at the client side.
Yes.
Yeah. So how is the HTML tag? Is it saved in the database and comes with it, or it's saved?
The questions are saved in ASCII math. It's math processing language.
I know.
Markup language.
You add the tags in the database with it, so that when the question is coming, it knows that I am this type of data and renders it that way, or the client determines what type of question is coming and then does the rendering.
Okay. When we enter the question inside the app that we have built to answer questions, before it's saved in the database, it adds all of the HTML tags. So they are all in Firebase. So when it fetches it renders it as an HTML.
So you separate the HTML tags from the questions, or you save it together?
We save them together.
So if I, for instance, am programming a native app and I still want to plug into your database, it means I have to write code to separate HTML and read only the questions?
Currently, yes.
Because I've dealt with stuff like that, and it's really tedious separating HTML code from code, because you like different clients to still read your database, right? So I think the best design could be, I don't know why programmers do that, but it limits you. Because, for instance, if I want to put your content on SMS is pure text. I can't render BR, HR, div, and stuff mixed up with questions.
Okay.
You understand?
The content is such that you cannot do without it. The markup is necessary because, for example, math questions.
The markup could be put at client side as well, so that your math question remains pure math question. So if I want to render that question on another client, I'll only have access to the strings, not with the markups. You get what I'm trying to say?
Oh, okay. Actually, we do that. So let me show you the code. So, for example, this is the HTML code for displaying an MCQ question. We use a templating engine. So you see here, it just says question, right? So the templating engine replaces this markup with the actual question that goes in there. But what we were saying is that for some questions, for example, if the question contains a table, right, you have to render the table itself. So in that case, the question string that's saved in the database would actually have the HTML table in it.
TD stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that it's not like I'm saying this because I've worked on somebody's back end that I need to render differently, and that was a bit, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a few quick questions, just rapid fire. So when you say you have an offline mode and you say you're sending HTML for questions, does that mean that images are accessible offline, or are you passing it as image data, or are you passing it as a URL resource?
Yeah.
Okay, so we cache the image data. So currently, we actually have to work on that. Currently, we fetch the URL directly from the network, but we make sure we cache it so we can display it. But we are working on a way to, the caching is a bit unpredictable because of we're just using normal HTTP caching. We are working on a way to actually keep the images offline.
So the only way to go through all the questions would be to have gone through, if I'm offline, I can only see it if I've gone through it once before. That brings me to my next question. Will all the questions, all the answers always be in the same order, or will always be the same answers? So if I see a question, I've seen it before, will all the answers be the same and in the same order?
Currently, yes.
So I might, if I'm a clever individual, I might be able to memorize the order and remember, oh yeah, that's the third one.
Yeah, that's a feature you should add. Yeah, I've done quiz apps, and that's a way that you can improve this. Mix up the...
A few more questions. So as far as the passcode cards are concerned, how much does it cost to produce one of them with a unique code?
Could you come make
How much does it cost to produce one of those cards? I presume it's not printed on an 8.5 by 11 sheet and cut out. I presume it's plastic, it's thick, it's something, no?
We've currently not started producing them. We are currently not haven't started doing mass production of the cards yet. Yeah.
Good.
But then,
but the question is, if you intend to, how much would it cost? Is it plastic? Is it paper?
No, it's going to be paper, and we are going to use paper because we have this service on campus called Cloud. They print their vouchers on paper, and it's something which is like people are okay with it, and it's cheap to do. It doesn't have to be fancy because people just need the code. And eventually, we want to add function which allows you to buy the voucher from your phone directly. You don't need the paper voucher.
I don't see why that's an eventuality when you can integrate mobile money, and I'm just going to buy credit instead of asking people to buy.
They're going against they are going with behavior versus against the user behavior, right? The user behavior is people scratch, then they don't necessarily want to teach.
So when I go to a store back in school, I can buy. It's easy for me to buy cloud credit.
Because cloud was only available that way. You couldn't buy it online. Tell me that's not true.
That's true.
Yeah. True. So it's not that there's one you can buy online, and people are still resorting to the voucher system.
Okay. And also one reason for the current voucher system is because we want to validate the idea, the whole the passcode idea actually, and we didn't want to spend too much money having to do all of that when we are pressed against time to actually validate the idea.
Okay.
This one
more quick question before you run away. So when you talked about a way for the people who are working for you to enter questions and answers, do they have an interface, or are they literally writing HTML and JSON?
They have an interface. We have built an interface.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
And on your voucher tickets, there's always ways of making money.
Yes, I was about to mention that before.
Why do I do? The cost shouldn't be borne by you. Someone will put his advert on a voucher for money.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was one thing.
All right, I think you guys have spent your time. Okay, thank you guys.
You ended up taking more ideas from us than giving us anything.
It's called Pasco, eh?
Yes, please.
Which page are they on?
Thank you very much for your wonderful ideas.
You're freelance.
Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN Apps Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Caesar, who stop meets by their sharing here. For salam. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money.
Congratulations for making it to the finals. You've got 3 minutes to tell us what has happened since we last saw you. Did you add anything? Have you gotten new customers? Have you added a new feature? And then you can go on and show us code and talk about your business side of things. You are Intralet, eh?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. So,
okay,
go ahead.
From the last time we came here, which was last week Tuesday, till date, we've thought of new features we're going to implement. One of them is the authentication. For every Intralet device and every application, there has to be an authentication where an app will be connected to the device. So in a case of where, let's say, you have the application and then you go to someone else's house, you cannot connect to that person's Intralet device and then probably mess up the security systems.
Okay.
So that is it.
That's what you've added, where, my device belongs to me, no Intralet customer. Okay. What else have you added?
And also, what we've added is, the last time we came, you said, what if there's a scenario where you are home and people just keep coming, you just be having random notifications. So we've added another feature that when you are home, you can toggle off, you just click on the button, and then the entire system on your phone doesn't receive any alerts from the device. So when you're home with family and then people are walking around, family members, kids are playing outside, you won't be having the notifications. So you can turn it back on probably when you're about to sleep or when you leave the house and you go out.
Okay. That's if I don't forget.
Yes, that's if you don't forget. But then we're thinking of adding a feature that will automatically turn on the system at set times in the day. So
you haven't added that yet?
We're working on it.
Okay. So are these all the new things you've added?
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to us about, I see financials behind this. So.
Okay, so what this is about is we got our cost, how much it would take to produce a certain amount or a certain number of Intralet devices and how much we intend to sell them. So if I just go briefly through this, our cost of production of the Intralet device itself is 878 cedis.
Okay.
This is because from the kits MTN gave us, there are some things that probably if we go outside we could get them cheaper. And then since we'll be mass producing it, we'll probably broker a deal with whoever is supplying it to us and then we can get them at a cheaper price. But then the Intralet device comes with a service. It's not just the device, you get services. So when you have the device, in order for you to get those notifications, there are two ways you can get them. You can get them using your data or you can get them using the SMS push notification. So for that, we're going to charge you. Charge you just a bit because we'll have to provide the data service for the Intralet device to communicate with the app, and then over that we'll be placing our own charge for the already established charges for data traffic. So this just says how the SMS push notification system will work. So in the case of no data at all, and then there's an intrusion, this just comes. This is just a model, a sample as to what you get. So you have call the authorities, call a family member, sound the alarm, and call the authorities, sound the alarm, or cancel. So you just say no to the intrusion. Also, how we're going to make money, the cost of revenue. I've just mentioned one. One is from the services we're providing. The other
Step aside so we can look at it and talk through it quickly.
The other one is from selling the devices. Producing one device is 1,399 CDs.
You sell it for 1,500.
Sell it for 1,500. Okay. So these are one of the ways we're going to make our money back.
Data service 200. Push notification 1 CD.
And then we sell the application.
You sell it.
Yeah, because the only way you can get the application won't be on Play Store. So when you buy the device, there'll be a URL that will send you to the site to download the application.
This is the next 6 months.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, there's some things you've got to change in there, but let's go on. Okay, show us code. It's
Code. Okay, my friend over here, Yati, will take care of the code.
okay. You've got to hurry up because
You've been bipped. Frozen?
Yeah, no, I think it's lagging. It's trying to find the mouse cursor. It can't find it. Okay, so here it is, the coding aspect of it. Are you done?
You have an extended desktop. Okay. All right.
Yes, actually, there's a server side, and then there's
Zoom it.
you've already run out of time.
You
so hurry
continue
up.
talking.
Come on.
Let's talk through that.
there's the server side, and then there's the front end. So actually, when there's a signal from the app that there's an intrusion, it sends a signal to our server, and this is the code that receives it.
Really can't see from here.
Is it through sockets?
It's Django framework.
Framework that you are using.
Yes, so it's actually uses views, the concept of views, yes. So
I really can't see anything. I really can't see anything here.
Yes. I'm looking for the code that actually receives a signal. Yes. So there's it. When there's a signal that there's an intrusion, it sends either 1 or 2, depending on the state. When it's 1, that means you are safe. Or when it's 2, that means you are unsafe. Now, when it receives that state, I'm using a pusher client that actually sends push notifications. So the pusher has the data, whether you are safe. So if it's 1, that is you are safe, it will set it as true that you are safe down here. And then when you're unsafe, it says it's false. Now it sends that notification to your phone straight away. It doesn't wait for anything. And the code actually receives it.
Can you increase the font a little bit, the font size a little bit?
Okay. So in Android, the front end is Android, Java code. And it uses the concept of receivers. So when there's a push notification, the receiver receives it and then launches the app. And the receiver can be found here. That is when you join a system after entering the intranet code. So when you join a system and then your app, the start listening, there's a function called start listening. Listening. So that starts listening. This is the function for the starts listening. And then it sets up the pusher to receive the push notifications. Now, when the push notifications arrive, it detects if it's an intrusion or not. If it's an intrusion, your phone alarms, and then you can make actions to the...
So you talked about the ability to make sure that one cannot use another intralight device on somebody else's. Can you show us the code that does that quickly?
Okay, so it uses token authentication. Okay, so when let me explain it. So when you actually install the app, you are faced with a login screen that you fill in the ID of the intranet. That is specific to every device. And then there's a default password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So when you log in with that, you become the admin. And now you can change the password so that when other housemates are logging in, they can log in with that password. So anybody else around can't just log in with the default password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Is it the password you are using to stop other devices from...
Okay, yes. So now when you log in, you have a token that the app will save. And the intranet device also has that same token.
Right, okay.
Yes, and
how do you generate that token?
Okay, it's generated the moment the intranet device registers itself on the server. Okay, let me explain it using a code. Sure. Okay, so here's the initialize. So the moment you switch on the intranet,
increase this, make it full screen.
I don't think I'll make it full screen, it's extending it, but at least...
Try Control plus to see if it works. Yeah. Keep on. Increase it more. Increase it a little bit more.
See a thing.
3 or 4 more times.
Again. Can you change your color scheme?
It's pulling it down.
Your color scheme to have a white background instead.
Okay.
No, the text is white. Most of the code is...
What editor are you using?
This is Atom.
Where is that supposed to be? Is it preferences or what?
Yes.
It's hard to see from here for me.
Yeah, it's really hard to see.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to change that.
It's a bit blurred. Your time is past anyway, so...
Yeah.
There's more about questions.
Okay, well...
Okay, please, should I talk?
So just take him quickly through that one.
Yes. So this is the initialized view. The moment you switch on the Pi device, it sends a JSON data.
I think his question is how that token is generated, right? So just tell us the process of this.
Yes, that's
okay.
True. So the moment the intranet device starts up and sends this, its ID, okay, the Django actually, you can actually create a token straight away from a token class that is already in the Django.
Is all of this running from the...
No, this is running on the server.
On the server?
Yes.
Okay, this is not on the device?
Yes. And the device doesn't generate the token. It's the server that actually generates the token and then...
Sent to the device?
Yes.
And in the app.
Yes.
Okay.
How that works.
So I think we need to be more disciplined with the time. Do you have one question and we'll go?
I'm gonna take advantage of it and maybe go for 2 questions. I'm gonna be a little sneaky. So my first question is, what are the 2 most expensive components on your BOM, on your bill of material? So you're saying the device is going to cost for you to produce 1,399 CDs. What are the 2 most expensive components?
Okay, the 2 most expensive components are, one, the Raspberry Pi, and then the cost of printing the box, because it's going to be housed in a box.
So that sounds like that's not something you do for mass manufacturing. That sounds like something you do for a prototype. For N of 1, I'd expect something to be injection molded or something to be CNC milled when you're going to production scale. Are you planning on doing it piecemeal with a 3D printer yourself and doing assembly, or are you partnering with a contract manufacturer to produce your product?
We're going to partner with a contract manufacturer to produce them.
Do you have somebody in mind?
For now, still looking for, but there's one person we met back in Kumasi. He said he could, but I'm not really certain. I have to do more research.
Do you know have any idea how much the cost will be to tool up a line for production?
For production?
Yes.
Of the whole?
Yes, please.
1,399. Without, are you talking about?
So when you're doing manufacturing, you have to pay to tool up a line. You have to pay to tool up a line, meaning to set up a production line with the tools and machinery necessary, with the equipment, with the people. And usually it costs a lot of money to do, and that adds to the cost of production.
Yeah.
So do you have any idea of how much that might cost you? Have you talked with anybody, or is that unknown to you?
No, not really.
Great, thank you.
I think they are rather talking to someone who's already producing, so they will sublet the cost of production to that company. That's what, if I understand what you...
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, all right. I think that's it.
Yeah, I think
that's it, guys.
yeah, for me,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's learning beyond borders. 4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN. Everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC.
The leaderboards that I was supposed to implement, I did the research, and with a Google Play Store account, I'll be able to do that easily. Users or people that are playing the app will be able to get their data on their features on or their scores, and they're ranked. Also, I calculated the ads, the monetary issues or the monetary part of the app, and it's feasible, quite feasible, and okay. So the app is loading, and this machine is loading.
What's happening?
The machine is starting.
So quickly.
Okay.
So the first part is just some projections about the apps industry, how last year, that was 2016, the apps had a hit in the market, in the global market. So this last year, in the fourth quarter of 2016, Google Play Store, they had an uptick of 82%.
Yeah, we know that. Just go straight to.
So the the parts about the likely to, yes, Pokemon Go, how Pokemon Go hit the market last year. I believe Counter's Ball can hit similar markets in Ghana.
Why should you win?
Why should I win? Let me.
Are you finished this?
The projection. So the why should I win parts?
Finish what you were going to do.
Yeah, it's in the next slides after that one.
Okay.
So there are features that I have in it, and some are yet to come. Really cool ones, really cool features are yet to come. And because it has native or Ghanaian culture, it's more volatile to download or to hit the market. So I did some projections that's from the MTN, the merchant I'm using for the transactions to be making in the app, and then also from the ads that I will get the money. So the worst case scenario I evaluated was 10 bets a day. So if I were to take 10 bets a day, and I'm assuming all transactions are below 50 cedis, if I take that case, MTN charges 50 pesos for that transaction. So say usually three transactions are made per bet. So those three transactions, 50 pesos is charged at least from all of them. So taking that and calculating that for 10 bets for 30 days will generate 460 cedis monthly for an average of 10 bets. That for 100 bets will give 4,500 cedis, and that for 1,000 bets for my best case scenario will give 45,000 cedis. If you go to the projections for Counters Ball Pro, the financial side, I'm seeing a total downloads projection after 1 to 3 months, or 1 to 3 months of release. The worst case scenario, 1,000 downloads with a daily active users of 200, and a medium case of 10,000 with a daily active users of 1,000. Then the best case scenario where I have 100,000 downloads with a daily active users of 10,000. These projections are made based on how people have introduced the app to and how willing they are to download the app. Then making the money from ads. I'm using Stanford Venture Lab presentation. They use this algorithm or this way of calculating the ads. So they say 90% of every 100,000 apps that are downloaded, they delete, they uninstall them after downloading. So using that projection, I made the calculations and ran them through to with all my cases. And the worst case scenario ran down to 163.20 US dollars, which converting to Ghana cedis without the decimal units, just for gave 652.4 for the worst case scenario. Then the best case.
Just round the figures up, and then
okay.
time is going.
The medium case 6,000, and the best case 65,000.
Okay.
That's per for my best case scenario. Then so from the betting to these are also the figures.
Okay, so you've worked on the betting and
yes.
then the
ads and that's competition.
Those are the main two
yes.
revenue streams for now, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, what feature did you say you added? Since
no, I haven't added any feature.
So it's the same app.
Yes, it's still the same app.
Okay.
The features I'm working on them. If the app goes on Play Store, the leaderboard will come out.
So when are you starting that? Implementing
I'll
the
put
leaderboard, because it's something very simple.
Yes, yes, it is. I'll put it on Play Store after the competition.
Yeah, you should have started before, right?
The reason was that MTN said something about during the schedule. They said they made some points that had to do with downloads that will give you 30% of your whole score. So one of the reasons I didn't put it on Play Store. Yes.
But Play Store, you download from you have downloads on the Play Store. So
yes.
Yeah, can we look at
anyway?
Can we look at the code?
Yeah, let's look at the code.
Okay. Okay. Is
that your Unity or?
Yes, this is the editor, the Mono.
The Mono develop, or?
Yes, that is it. But this is the
Unity.
The Unity editor itself.
Okay, so let's look at the code first. Run us through the various stages.
Various stages.
Like
so the first scene that you encounter
you set up the scene, and where are your?
These are the scenes. These are
your assets.
These are my assets right here.
Okay.
So my scenes folder is here, and in the scene I have 4 scenes. You have the menu scene, which is the current scene. Then you have the configuration, config, the game, and then the tournament.
Okay.
So in the game scene, there are 2 major scripts that will be working here. The ad manager that will hold the ads script, and then the menu controller, which holds the menu controller, the menu script.
Okay, let me see the events that are handling, the functions that are handling when you click on the menu scene.
When these menu items are not UI elements.
What are they?
These are cubes.
Okay.
Okay, so they are cubes, and then I run a raycaster on an
them.
item click, and then I run an animation. That is, I scale it up and then reduce it again. So that scaling will create using a smooth.
Okay, so can I see the code?
Okay.
For detecting the collision. Because I need to see this, because with this, I need to see what's different. Because it's a very simple app, right? It's just a snooker app, right? With snooker balls and things like that. So I really need to know how optimized it is. So if you can show me some places of interest.
Some places of interest.
Yes.
So, okay, this is the Facebook part, and this is with the objective. This has to do with which item is clicked, which item on the screen is clicked.
Let me see. But why did you choose to do physics even at UI level?
It's not you. I'm not using the UI event system on that one.
Why?
Because of the images I wanted to put on it.
Yeah, but you could do all that
with the UI
yeah,
system.
the UI system.
Yes. I have the UI objects that I use for buttons and.
Yeah, you could have done all that.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, let me see the code. I was trying to. Okay.
This code commented out, I was trying to prevent the new UI elements that I added from passing through to the.
Yeah, but then my problem here is that, like, the code is, you've not commented or structured the whole code, and it doesn't seem readable. Let me see. Go to the top. Let's see. Oh yeah, can you read? Can you make sense out of
what he's doing?
Let me see your variable names and all that. Which so these are all objects to store the scores.
Yes.
Okay. All right, go into the scene itself. I want to see the code that does the physics initializer of the counters, the arrangement.
Okay, you mean the main game?
Yeah. Walk us through how that is initialized. I see when the game starts, your arrangements, how the formation is chosen.
Okay.
And how you arrange the counters on this scene.
So the formation manager is here, and when you hit the global, when the game itself is loaded, it loads. The game itself is loaded.
Okay.
Then it's going to determine whether you are playing with the AI or you are playing with an opponent, based on the pref that I've set from the selection, the mode selection. So if you are playing with the board, it's lying on the the XY plane. So to the left of the ball is the negative X axis or the negative X plane. Then to the right is the positive. So when you come in, the player itself, you, the main player or player one, is constant to the left of the ball. That is, he's at the left. And player two or the AI goes to the right.
So does the ball, does it have a bouncer? Does it have a Z? Does it just follow the physics engine of Unity, or you propel that on your own?
No, I propel it on my own.
So you are not using the physics system of...
I am using the rigid body system better.
Rigid body. So when you apply a force to it...
Yes, it moves in the direction.
But I see that you disable the Z. Is it the Z or the Y?
The Z, it's silent.
Yeah, it's silent.
Yeah.
You are moving on just X, Y.
Yes. So if you move from here, it's...
Okay. Anyway, you keep on. Yeah, let's see what you...
So I was commenting the code.
Why are you mixing underscore naming conventions with camel casing?
It's sometimes I'm naming the thing and then something just comes
in your mind and you just change the name.
I just put the name there.
No.
No. Where you told me you had or was it you? Do you have a back end where you add teams and it reflects?
No.
Okay, you hadn't done that.
Teams.
So it's hard coded.
It's hard coded.
Yes.
Yes. So it means that you have to change that to fetch from a server with time, right?
Okay.
So you have a back end and you can populate and it will be dynamic enough.
So I'll be fetching it from
yeah. Anyway, you see, the code is not the best of structure, but you seem to know what you are doing. Scroll down.
I was commenting it out for readability. Most of the code were written in a, like, I was writing it in a long span. You get it? So sometimes when I'm done with this thing, I just leave it and then I move to the next one.
Are you using version control?
No.
It's obvious. It's obvious there's no.
It's obvious. It's obvious there's no version
No
control.
version control.
It's hardcore
Yeah.
code.
Can we see the mobile money integration?
Yeah.
Okay. Configurations to player.
By the way, there's a bug you want to look at. For example, if it happened to me, if you play one game with somebody, it happens in two-player game. If you play with somebody and the score line, let's say the first game we played, the score line was 1-0. Then we went to the next game, and then I scored, and it said 2-0. That was the first goal I scored, but it counted as
2-0.
Yeah.
Some variables. You are using a
Someone
lot of global variables.
Someone was playing
Yes,
it and was
yes,
complaining about it yesterday.
I've noticed.
Actually, he
I've
was quite
noticed that
annoyed
bug.
with it.
And then the ball is still going out of.
Yes, I checked the bounciness and then the physics still is.
No, there's a way to do that. You need to add a raycaster to the ball. You need to let the ball detect collision before the ball itself hits.
So that on collision.
Yes, so that the raycaster will collide, and the collide code will also be in the ball itself, so that you have two levels of detection.
Okay.
So put 4 lines around the ball.
Okay.
Right, 4 rays.
Okay.
I don't think it will be expensive. It's a simple game.
Okay.
Okay.
The mobile money. This when you load the thing, it's supposed to clear if there's any mobile money people have bet already, you should clear it. Then this is the clearance, and
But
then
you can't do the betting on App Store, right? Because
You can't do. You need some.
You need a license to do betting on
especially with money things. If you are betting virtual goods.
yes, I called them the Ghana Lottery, the National Lottery Authority, and a woman directed me to some office to call. But I've been calling them; they haven't picked my.
you've got to go there. No, the NLA is a different issue from
this one.
Android, the Android store itself.
The Android store.
Yeah.
You may have to submit some form of license because there are a lot of casino games and all those things. And those who win real money, they need some proof of license. So you may have to acquire that license, or they will stop you. It's not a casino game, and I think the betting can happen locally. But what to put on Google Store, you can move out the betting and introduce it gradually when you are much more comfortable. But the code needs to be structured very well. I see there's a lot of work if we need to do some update.
Okay.
Okay.
You have any?
The mobile money, the mobile money integration. This is the function to set.
Why is a string URL? You just it's a mobile money URL or something.
No, to make the payment. Okay.
Wait,
Is that the URL you get from MTN?
Yes.
if someone decompiles your app, does that mean you are in trouble?
You can't. No, you won't be. It's unlikely that you'll be able to reverse engineer it.
Unity handles that. Unity engine has.
I have a key that is generated, and when you try to reverse engineer it, unlike Android Studio, where when you reverse engineer it and they haven't used maybe a ProGuard to compress your system, your files, then it will be obvious and the person can do. With this one, it will be unlikely. And even if you happen to have this URL, and then you obtain the data that is being sent to this URL, I'm receiving the data from them, not I'm sending data to them. More like I'll send my request, and then receive the response from whoever that is.
So are you saying the username and password is for this particular app, or the username and password is something?
It's for this particular app. Meaning I'm authenticated to do that transaction, and before a user accepts the transaction, he has to confirm the code. Meaning when you get the prompt, you have to confirm the prompt. That is even in the case where you are able.
I'm just worried someone can't act on your behalf.
Okay.
Okay.
The timing, we're trying to be disciplined about this time.
Any questions?
No.
Andrew?
We're done.
No, we're done. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And we'll let you know how it goes.
Try and build on it further. Every day, work on it.
Solo player.
What's happening?
Yes, get a partner.
Huawei and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge. Solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. So who stop meets by their sharing here. For salam. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minutes. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN. Everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up!
And health for everyone.
New library.
Okay.
Yeah. I integrate that into my app. And
let's look at it. It's not built on top of any engine, right?
Any?
It's not built on top of any game engine. It's raw.
No, it's all native. So here's my main class. Again, forgive me for any irregularities. I switch content to a friend's PC.
Okay.
So
Right.
invite any questions.
So where's the entry point? What's your main entry point?
Yeah, this is the main class.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this forms the the menu system.
Exactly. The menu system is shown up here.
That's a lot of UI code. Okay, run us through the architecture, like what you've done.
This is the wheel menu.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where we
I
define.
want to understand how you've done your code, right?
Okay, first of all, the entry point is a fragment page adapter.
Okay.
It has three fragments held together. The first one is where the play wheel is.
Okay.
The second one is where the notices is. And the third one is where the prizes are.
Okay.
Exactly. So there's a class here called the fragment page adapter, and it holds three classes. The first class is the commitment fragment. It holds three fragments. The first one is the commitment fragment. The second one is another class called the timeline fragment, and where the prizes are is the lineup fragment.
The commitment fragment
is where the wheel is.
The wheel is.
And this is where we define the wheel, and then it continues.
So after the wheel is turned, what happens next? What does it call next?
Exactly. So when the wheel menu has an on-touch listener, so when you touch the wheel, it winds. After it winds, a category is chosen.
What's the code that does the winding? Is it within the? Is within the
menu?
I can show it from here.
Anyway, you continue talking. If because that's just a spin code, right?
So this is the class responsible for the winding of the wheel, and it uses a method called the post rotate and post translate.
Okay.
So technically, what it means is there's an image, and you are calling a method push rotate on the image, which is the wheel.
The function of the wheel.
Exactly.
Class, the wheel.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the wheel itself is a drawable.
Okay.
Yeah, found in the rest folder, and then you are calling a method called the push rotate on that drawable.
Okay.
That is what causes it to rotate.
When it rotates and it stops, how do you return the component that, like, the point at which it stops? How do you return that?
So we go back to the commitment fragment, main activity.
You can talk through anyway. I'm just curious to know what object returns it and what you use that object for. The next one.
Okay, the categories are 6. Exactly. So after you touch the wheel and then you wind it, an int is returned, randomly
index.
Selected.
Okay.
An int,
okay,
which is from 1 to 6.
Okay.
And so depending on which int is returned, maybe 2, that defines the category you are,
so it means your
given.
Categories are fixed to 6?
Are fixed to 6,
so
but then with dynamic content.
So with dynamic content. So you fetch the dynamic content from the server?
From the server, online server.
And anytime you load the app, it fetches and populates up to 6.
Exactly. What happens is when the app is launched, the first thing that happens in the background is it fetches the questions from the online from the online server. What happens is we make a volley call to volley is a library.
Okay.
So we make a volley call to a PHP file on the server.
So your backend is PHP?
It's PHP, yeah, and MySQL as the database.
Okay.
So it makes a volley call to it, and then it returns a JSON.
Okay.
A JSON as the response it loads the questions 1, 2, 3, up to 6, all in a JSON format. So when the response is returned in the app, it passes each category. Each category is also named intrinsically as feed 1, feed 2, feed 3, up to 6.
Okay.
What happens is when you touch the wheel menu, and then it returns an int. Depending on what int is returned, let's say 3 or 4, then it calls on that JSON that has been passed as feed 6.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
It loads
and it uses
those
a function
questions.
called getJSONArray.
Array, and then you get it.
Yeah.
One problem about this is, the JSON is still raw text. It's still readable, right? How are you able to hide that? Because if you give out real money and this goes public, people can spoof.
Hack it.
They can spoof and see even the answer, because you pull the JSON, the question, and their answers, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So how are you
Okay,
working?
it's not visible.
When you get hey, I've
You're
done this
already
commercially. I know,
Ghana already.
I seriously, I've done this commercially before, and I know. So how are you protecting that JSON core?
Honestly, I would have to accept that I would have to work on an encryption.
Yeah, you need to work on that immediately, because you are giving out real money. Yeah. Okay.
How have we solved our challenge of dashing 500 Ghana free around the place?
All right. I've actually considered souvenirs implementing that kind of payment structure, price payment structure. So that instead of all the time giving out money, sometimes you're going to be giving out either a non-smartphone or something, souvenirs as well. And again, you see, the app is beginning, so we are very optimistic that we'll be making money above the price we'll be putting in. So, for instance, 500 Ghana cedis, we are making money. We've consistently been making 80 cedis on a monthly basis. Our peak
new feature. Okay, continue.
Our peak month was 120 Ghana cedis. Yeah. So
what new feature did you add since you came the last time?
Okay. When I came the last time, I took your recommendations. So I'm working on the NLA license. I'm working on it. So I think it's also
found
part
out.
of the
What
project.
did they tell you? Did you have to secure some form of?
I have planned it.
So you don't know whether we are lying or we are speaking the truth.
No, it's the truth, because some time ago I think MTN had an issue.
Okay, yeah.
It looks like well-written code to me. Apart from a few naming conventions that are off. He also has underscore.
Mic is off.
He also has underscores and camel cases and all that kind of stuff. But I would like to see how you modeled a question. Do you have something of that sort, like a class for it or something?
It's actually done in an Excel format and uploaded to the online server. It's my SQL.
Yeah.
It's in a tabular form.
Yeah. I'm not even talking about the backend. I'm talking about in the Android app. When you fetch it as JSON or whatever,
JSON.
What do you convert it into so you can use it in your application?
Okay, once it's returned as a JSON, you can read it.
So can you show me that part of the code?
So it's like, I think what you're asking for is in the pass function, where we have .get string, a particular title. Let me.
You see? It's the same thing. Yeah, I scored them the same way. No, different category. Oh, this is a game. Yeah, it's a game. All games are apps.
you work on this stuff alone?
Yeah, I've actually spent almost a year. I spent almost a year developing it.
But you have one file that has over 3,000 lines if you are alone.
More than that, this main class has... Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you're one person, why do you want to do that?
I actually had time for it because I was...
Why don't you split it into... But I just showed me that part. All right.
I think it's in a... So here's an example of how we get the parsed JSON. See, the first one is to get into one's content. That's how we get to JSON array, feed array equals response, or get JSON array, feed. That's for int one.
Is that going to go over the network?
Is that going,
to make a request to... Wait, where will the questions be?
Parsed it in the app.
So the questions are in the app?
Are in the app.
So if you want to add new questions... If you want to add new questions...
No, it's not in the app as in static.
But you make a request for it?
Made a request for it.
Is that the line 3837? Oh, no, it has been made already because I see response over there. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. So this is how it is. So for int one, we have...
I'm asking why the content of that for loop, right? The whole assigning this to that, assigning that to that, why you didn't use something like a class for it? Because it's a question. If we had a question class, okay, that had something like title, it had this, it had that, then we could replace all that code over there with creating a new question instance at that point. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Okay, what happens on the question pages? You see, UIly, UIly, we have where the question appears, and then 3 options.
Yeah.
So what we do is, with a JSON passed in the app, we make a request for get option A, and then the text view is meant to. The text view is made to set.
I understand. I'm just saying that instead of we could model this in such a way that there's a class called question, and whenever we go over the network and fetch the JSON of a list of questions or just one
goes
question.
into that.
Yes, we parse it into that question now, so that if you want to display anything about the question, we can do something like question.content, question.answers, and list all that kind of stuff, so that we get these things off from the for loop. This is okay, it works.
Yeah, but
that will be
I think your architecture is...
Yeah, it will make it simpler to understand what is going on over here.
Okay. Yeah.
We can talk about...
And also, I think, do you shuffle the order of the answers? Or they are the same? If a question repeats, it has the same order of the answers?
All the time?
If a question repeats as in... Okay, I think what you are requesting for is done in the Excel format.
No. If I say a question comes, what is your name? A. Aram. B. Judith. C. Alan. The next time, if I get that same question, what is your name? Will it come A? Aram.
Okay,
or it will shuffle. It can come A. Judith.
What I've actually done is you don't go back to the same question after you answer it.
A user doesn't go back.
So
if I use another means and I log in as a different user, that same question can come again.
Yes.
So I'm like, put a mechanism that shuffles the order of the questions, of the answers.
Okay.
So that even if the same question comes in, you still have...
The order is different.
All right. So I think you've done over your time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and you'll hear from us on the results.
Okay, thank you. Right. Please, you don't want to know our financial projections?
It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN. Everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei, and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Who stop meat by their sharing here? False alarm. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *3.
The bed and kites.
Yes. So you've got a small amount of time in 3 minutes to convince us that we should give you the first prize. Go.
Okay, so this animation is about, is a kid's animation. It's targeted towards children. And then in the end, it's about a boy who helps a boy into things that fly. In this case, it was a kite. He built a kite. And then the kite gets stuck. Then after it got stuck, he discovers this bird who couldn't fly. So then the boy ends up helping the bird to fly, and then in return the bird helps the boy to get the kite from the tree. So basically it's a lesson. The lesson in there is one good turn deserves another. So this is an animation which is targeted at kids from 3 to 15 years, and it's supposed to teach children basic values of life, and it also extend to our culture and teach them things that you would normally have your grandmother teaching you. But then lately, this generation, almost everything is centered around the media, TVs, mobile apps, and YouTube, and all that. So in absence of that, then in the absence of grandmothers being there to teach all these things, this animations would be something that could teach children about the good values of life and so living in the society. It's going to be, the bigger picture of this is going to be about a 13-episode series. It's going to be short animations, about 3 minutes, just like this one. And each one is going to have some life lesson to teach children. It's the two main characters which would be in it would be this boy and another character called Aquile. So it will be Oku and Aquile. They are more like twins. And through that, through them, we are going to learn other values, and through their conflict and all that, how to resolve things and to teach lessons in societies.
Okay. Let's look at the back end.
Pardon?
Your storyboard.
Your storyboards.
Yes, the storyboard, it's a PDF on a drive I gave to. Which?
No, the PDF.
It's a PDF.
I think we saw part of it.
Yeah, we saw part the last time. That was actually it.
When you mentioned the tech, what did you use?
Pardon?
Tech. What did you use?
Okay, this is 2D animation, mainly 2D animation, and I use the software called Toon Boom. So that's what I use for this. Backgrounds were created in Photoshop. Some of the backgrounds were actually pictures that were manipulated to look like this. So that's how come I got this look. And then what I normally do with my 2D animation is, after doing the 2D animations, I treat the whole thing as if I was a filmmaker, live action filmmaker, who has gotten rushes. And now with those rushes, I have to do color correction, editing, post-production, graphics, and effects. So that's how I don't do all that during the 2D animation, but after, then I treat the footage I get from the 2D animation. So in the end, they moved from Toon Boom and Photoshop and then went to After Effects to add things like the glows, the halos, the sunlight, the shadows and all that, and then finally edited in Premiere.
And, I'm trying to the sound.
Yes.
You made it yourself? Or?
No, the sound was specifically composed for this.
By
the guy is called Kobe Spike Nkrumah. He's a sound composer. But I saw him to use one. He actually watched, whilst watching, he was composing alongside Android. So it was specifically made for this.
I like the sound. The sound.
Yeah, very talented guy.
For me, I would like to see the character.
Yes.
What did you call him?
Oko.
Oko. I would like to see Oko rather in a certain episode, so that you can build that character around the children that you are targeting.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the other ones, the foreign ones, you know, they build that character, and the kids are very used to seeing them doing something. And it registers, like you keep him. So even if you have the opportunity of showing on TV someday, you know, the kids are used to that character, and it's
so yeah. As you said, as part of the plan, it's supposed to be a franchise, something that they become synonymous to things like this, and it wouldn't just end with animation, but then their characters become so iconic that it can be used on school bags, exercise books, and all those paraphernalia stuff. So,
do you have anything around your numbers? What's the plan, a revenue plan from now to 6 months from now?
Okay, for something like this, look, the cost, if we should do something like this, would be around 10,500, including sound recording and everything, for one episode, and so which could be finished in
3 minutes episode.
Yes, 3 minutes episode, which in 6 months we could create 3 episodes out of that from the amount, and then we are looking at moving from the 2D to something which would be easier to adapt it for the future. So we are thinking of moving from 2D to 3D. And in the folder, I have an already created version of Oko, which has been, I have a 360 of it, how the look would be like if it was in 3D. And with that one, the thing is, when we do the pre-production stage, when we create the models and everything, because there are going to be 2 main characters, which is the Oko and Aquile. When you create them, there is no need to recreate them for other episodes, because your character would be there.
So is the idea to create 2D and do pre-rendered 3D, like have their 3D character but export them to 2D and use them for 2D animation?
Yes. They are 3D characters, but then they are going to be used like as if they are 2D characters.
Okay.
So they are going to be toon-shaded rendering, which doesn't take that much time. When you're rendering with the toon shading, it's considerably less than if you're rendering realistic skin and all that.
I don't feel like, so you said in the 6 months how much? I feel like I didn't get the answer to that. So in 6 months, how much revenue do you think you'll be making?
The revenue
is, what, did you say 10,000 for
Yeah, one episode is 10,500.
Two a month is 21,000.
You know, in animation, you can't really project. The market is not in yet. So he can only give you the price of what he's produced for now.
Right, so
until
what's
he
yeah, so
expands.
yeah, you say you're producing how many 3 series?
In total, it would be 13.
13
Just
in
one season.
in
Yes.
6 months.
No, in 6 months we'll be able to get 3 done.
No.
13
1
episodes,
month.
13
and
episodes.
3 in 6 months. So the 13 will span a year.
Yes.
plus.
More
So
than
it
a year.
means
Okay, so 3.
Production cost will be like one, if it's 10,000 approximately.
So 3 is about 30, 40,000 in
120,000.
production costs.
Yes.
So based on that, if a TV station wants to buy from you or
You would sell it at a
that's-
markup of.
Yeah, so that would be the base price, but it would be
That's what I'm saying, at a markup of, or you look at the face of the client before you charge.
Yeah, you've,
If TV3 comes that, okay, I want to run this on our network. I don't know about film negotiations. How does it work?
Basically, with animation for now, the price is quite higher than all other TV contents they have. So they are not interested in this kind of thing, except that you have a sponsor that is interested in the content and they want to run a campaign for it. Because the reason why they are showing all these soap operas and all of that is that it's very cheap. With a few dollars, they can put it on their airwaves and get a lot of money. But with animation, it has to be like a campaign you're driving now. And it has to be
So
worked
you
on.
need a sponsor.
Yeah, you need a sponsor. You need it's
So
not
who
something
would
that
your typical corporate sponsor look like?
some company that is into, especially this energy drinks.
Just
I
name
think-
one.
sorry,
Just name one.
Milo, something like Milo.
Okay, so
Yes.
Milo makes sense.
Yes.
Right, and you would sell it at a markup of. You still haven't answered this question.
I'm not sure what the term markup means.
No, so you produce it for 10,000. You
pad.
You pad it. What's your profit on top of the 10,000?
Well, I think it's plus profit, no? 10,000.
With the
10,000 is the production cost. Though.
10,000 is the production cost.
So if you are selling it, is it license based or you sell it out?
You say see him in.
Or if a sponsor
I don't
comes,
want to give the number.
they decide to say, okay, 100,000 or 1 million.
You ask them what budget they have for it.
Yeah.
That's normally what they do. You ask you what.
Before they fit the amount into
Yes,
it.
yes.
Then you now
So
come.
then they know what budget goes into the cost, and then.
What about to run on YouTube?
Yeah, so
And
when
other
it's
channels that you can make.
if we are thinking, YouTube is one of the places where we can also make money with the monetization on YouTube. But then, looking at, I did some research on it, and I realized that when you have something on YouTube and it's sponsored, you end up getting more than thinking about the number of clicks people or the number of views you get. But then if you have a sponsor in it, maybe whilst in the animation we see a Milo can or we see them going to take beverage and it's Milo, and they can sponsor the whole animation before you even send it to YouTube. So in that case, you make up your money before you think about the YouTube monetization and
Movie
what it can get.
advertising.
Okay. What I'm struggling with is, so now if you should win this apps challenge, what are next steps for this particular animation? Is it for production or for publicity or for if you should win this,
yes,
what would how would it help this particular animation? Is it for production of new episodes or
for visibility?
Or for visibility?
Oh, it will be production, mainly for production for new episodes. Because when you have the episodes, that's where you can go out there and get people to put their money into it and make more money out of it. But then if you go into putting the money into visibility and then you have just one episode, in the end, people would end up seeing this over and over again, and then its value would reduce, and then you would be stuck. So it will go into having more content, so that over a period of time, you can be using that to get your revenue.
Was that what happened to Chaskele?
No, Chaskele is Chaskele actually is a bigger project. And it ties in with this at a point. So we're trying to, in a way, create a universe where our characters live. So at a point, Chaskele characters can interact with these characters, because the timelines and the places where they all exist is actually in a similar world or universe. Mm. But then Chaskele is in this thing, in pre-production stage, where we are expanding the story, so that one is also another series that would...
If MTN were to create a platform for animations, say an MTN Play, which is just for animations, are you willing to put works there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Who stop meets by their sharing here. For salam. Buffet papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minutes. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN, everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN Apps Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN Apps Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei, and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church right.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Oh, these are who stop meat by their sharing here. False alarm. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music.
This video was initially supposed to be about 5 minutes long, but because there was a lot more to tell about this story. But I think the rules of the challenge said it should be about 1 minute, so I managed to cut it down, and I think it came out quite well in terms of clarity and everything. First of all, I'd like to say this is the perfect kind of story to enter into the MTN Apps Challenge. Because when you think about the storyline and how I've been able to put all the elements together, I mean, various categories of this challenge has the IoT aspect, the animation aspect, and the app aspect. I've been able to put characters into them and made them come together in an effort to help somebody to achieve greater heights or to get better in her business. Apart from that, the idea itself, it markets an idea and a dream, a vision that I've had for quite a while, and that is advertising, a different type of advertising, a new system that I think can change things when it comes to advertising. Over here, we have drone technology together with Bluetooth marketing combined together to change the whole advertising experience and help people or businesses connect more personally with clients when they get information about whichever business it is. I decided to use the whole Sobolo aspect because even though it might seem like a very small business, it worked for her. And as I said, initially I wanted it to be a 5-minute story where in the end we actually see them getting a bigger job with a bigger organization. But I think with this one, you know, if something very good works for something small, then the bigger things is not a problem. So that was the whole idea with this. Advertising is very important in developing even a country or a people, everything. Anybody who has a business will need to be able to put it out there. Even me, I wouldn't have heard about the MTN Apps Challenge if it wasn't advertised effectively. So I think it's very relevant in our society, and it brings a new light to a new aspect to it. And I think this is something that could really change things. When people want to find out about something, the curiosity about something that is new gets them to go to it. And this being a new system, I think it will do very well if it is to be marketed to any companies out there that want to sell their brand and have direct contact with their customers. The plans I have for this video, initially, I've had this idea for quite a while, and the fact that I'm an animator makes it very good because it's the only way that I can actually express myself and then bring my idea to light. So this is how I was able to bring it out. The idea of this type of marketing, Sky High,
I've been able to use animation and the technique that I know best to tell the story. First of all, to make people understand the concept for clarity, and also to cause people to realize the potential. Because I could just have an idea and write it down and pitch it to somebody. But putting it into a video form like this, with a scenario about somebody who gets helped, especially even a little girl, adds some emotional attachments to it and helps to influence decisions of whoever might want to come on board to help make this dream happen. This is not just a video that I entered into the apps challenge just to get the money. This is something that I actually want to pursue.
What are your financial projections? If you want to do this, how much is it going to cost you? How much are you going to make back in the next 12 months?
Okay, I've been doing some research. One prototype, cost of one prototype. I wish I could actually have one here to show if I had, the finances. Cost of one prototype should be about 10,000 cedis, considering the cost of a drone, the Bluetooth transmitter, manufacturing services for the rack that hosts the banner, and cost of graphic print. All that input for one prototype that will be launched into the air should estimate to about 10,000 Ghana cedis. Now this, even perhaps as a business, I might want to start with only one prototype. Other people might want to start with 10 or just start on a large scale, but because of the faith I have in this, I can say it takes only one, because the success of one is going to bring in enough funds to even fund the rest. But as it is,
okay, so I'm still waiting to hear the numbers. So you said 10,000 to produce, and then how many users would you have on the platform, and how many would you be selling in 12 months? How much revenue would you be making from it?
In 12 months, could be making about 200,000.
Based on advertising. Okay.
Based on advertising.
Right. So the point of this, I just want to get the point of this video is that this is more or less a vision board. So the thing where this is your vision board for a product.
Yes.
Right. So it's less about the animation and more about the dream behind it. Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
As well as the distance that your Bluetooth thing covers, is it that if we were running it here, we could only run within a certain radius here, or you intend to deploy, like, let's say, ministries and, how would
There are new long-range Bluetooth transmitters out there that serve even about 100 meters. So it's very possible to cover the whole area code, maybe this in front of the MTN.
Are you talking about the idea now? The idea that
because I think
we're not talking about the animation.
Passion really is the idea. And
we still got to judge
the animation. Is also
we've still got to judge the
animation. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, for me, I think I love the animation more because like the idea can be built, especially with these IoT guys. We can combine and see and try to simulate it at a point. But I am looking at your capability of expanding the animation, like what you've already started doing, actually producing more of that. So for me, I'm judging based on the quality of production and the story, of course, but your competence in the field. You are a Flash person, right? Like you use Flash for Flash for the switches, and then you combine it with After Effects.
No After Effects. It ends at Adobe Premiere.
It ends at so Flash for production,
Premiere for editing.
Premiere. So you don't do any special effects.
No special effects
to enhance the environment.
There are a few lens flares that I put in, but those are available in Adobe Premiere, so I don't go into After Effects.
So So does that mean you don't use After Effects at all?
No.
You don't use, okay.
And it's, as an animation in itself, it's also an inspirational piece when it comes to motivating people with business ideas and how small businesses can fly when effort is put into it.
Okay.
It will also serve as a very nice inspirational piece to people in the apps business or the IoT business, or any other thing.
So what are you more passionate about in terms of your productions? Are you, because I've seen some of your works in terms of health advocacy, and now there's app, like this app thing helping other businesses. So are you more into producing for hire, or you want to run your own series as well?
I want to run my own series.
So what will be the direction in terms of, like, this is one of your, it's one of your own series, right?
Yeah.
And so how is it? Are they going to be separate series, or you are going to have one icon character that you develop?
Separate. I think every series and its goal. So one healthcare, one business and inspiration, another road safety, and all that. It's.
How many followers do you have on YouTube or social media so far?
On YouTube, I think by now it's about 3,000, and I don't have the exact figure. It should be around 3,000.
Okay. And then Facebook?
Facebook, I think I hit the 2,000s. Yeah.
You've never done any paid advert on Facebook or?
No.
So
Initially, I started with funny videos because I realized they have the potential to really go viral very quickly. I do it, I just have to post it on my wall. People like it, they laugh, they start sharing, and it just goes quickly. In a week, it could just get so many views in just a week.
Okay.
Based on the humor and all that.
And how has that turned out to be for you?
It has brought in a lot of business, actually, because not only am I just doing videos for people to laugh, I'm also putting work and effort into making it look good. So in case there's any commercial or anything people want to use animation for, they know where the quality is. Even though it was funny, I put work into making it look good and clear enough when it comes to storytelling, sound, everything put together. I try and make sure that everything comes together as an art piece. That
you build the sound yourself?
Sound, yes.
So you do
sound effects, music,
Fruity
voice
Loops.
recording.
Do you use Fruity Loops or?
No, when it comes to the music itself, there are music that are available to use, royalty free, that can be used, because I'm not really too much of a musician to compose my own music, but I think I have the ability to choose music that I think suits whichever scenario or story I'm trying to tell there, whether moody or action-based or anything.
Or the voiceover?
The voiceover, I can do it myself. I have people around who also I can coach to talk the way I want them to talk, to suit the character that is being portrayed.
Okay.
What's your thing on YouTube?
Colossal Productions.
Okay.
I cannot get the pain in trying to get project how much you make in the next 12 months, because it's animation.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a new trend, and then we are now catching up with it. But the animation events that we have had an international organization support because it's a new thing. So when they saw it, they sponsored because it was animation, another way to educate the public. So I think that the interest there still stands, in the sense that you need the marketing aspect to your work to be able to. You are very good technically and everything, but you need someone to sell your products and to sell it appropriately. most of the international organizations are selling, they are buying, they are doing campaigns, and they are using this medium to educate. So I believe that if they have a campaign and we sell to them, they are interested in educating a particular, like children and all of that, schools and all of that. So they do these things, drawings and videos and all of that. So I still want you to look at your business aspects, get people to help in that direction, and you go far.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Sorry. What's...
Oh, so you did the Suleiman.
It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag.
It's on the next one.
Yes. I've
been watching a lot of
the second one.
Okay. Okay. You're finished with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And movies with full immersion. For learning beyond borders. Achievement without limits. And health for everyone. And health for everyone. And health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
And then back end of your animation, and then if you have any business numbers to show, you can show us. All right, so let's go.
This is the making of the commercial break.
Which one?
You can actually speed.
Was it commercial break that made it to October?
This is the.
It's October.
I think 2 made it out of 3, no? Or 1 made it out. 2. 1 did. How many of your 2 made it through?
Okay.
No, sure.
They did not add October, but I think we chose October.
I think we decided that it was one that you were strong at, and we're not going to. We're just going to give you that one.
Not in the list. I was
not even. It's not in the list.
Yeah.
Even fly is not there, so I wrote it myself.
Yeah,
just write it in if it's not.
What fly?
This one.
Oh, that's odd.
Yeah, it's really odd. Okay, so that's.
Okay.
So this is October.
This commercial break or
commercial break.
October.
Which one did we progress?
It's October.
Okay, you.
I think it was October we passed.
Is it 10 of the sound? You can play it by 10 of the sound.
October.
It's October we passed.
So there's a 3D make of the October. The very first scene, establishing shot. The various geometries.
Do you have other videos on YouTube?
Yes, please.
What do you call them?
What's your channel called?
It's on Facebook. I have a page on Facebook.
Let's go on.
Cartel Creation.
Oh, Cartel. You have a registered company, right?
Yes, that's the name. It's a startup, so
yeah, but yeah.
Okay.
Which tool is this? Maya?
This is Cinema 4D.
Ender. Oh.
Cinema 4D.
Cinema 4D.
Yeah. But I've customized the interface. That's why it looks different from the default one.
Okay. So you did the texturing, the visualization, everything in Cinema 4D?
Yes.
And
so this is the arena scene, and it has volumetrics where the smoke actually comes for the ships to get out of the planet.
Okay.
And then there were two volumetrics, one on the lower bit and then the very long one which looks like the tower. So combination of the two gave me what I was looking for. So the lower one was different so that I could have more control over the lower one, and then the upper one is very big. So this particular scene where the Octobian ship enters Earth, it looks as though it was moving, but then
it was the background that was.
The craft is just there. It is the volumetrics that I moved.
Okay.
You know, they were moving upwards, and then the ship was just there oscillating up and down on the y-axis.
Okay.
And then this is how I used proxy objects to stimulate this look. So it wasn't the craft that entered the cloud, but then these proxy objects that did. And then there were two volumetrics here, one for the baby and then one for the old cloud. So I just animated the opacity, the transparency, one leading to the other, yes. And I was able to do that in post. There is a next video.
Can we play the video itself first so that we refresh?
Do you have the video itself?
Yes, please.
And then as it's playing, then you can be talking about your business and your projections.
Okay. So the idea for this whole, for entering into this apps challenges is, I have a different plan to come up with a series, animated series about African history. And then the title is going to be Griot, the Griot. The griot, basically, it's an African, back in the day, we had a very old man or old woman in a village who tells the story of the past. And that was the griot. But I'm assuming that today there are no griots because everyone is taking up a different job. So the griot is going to tell us about African civilization before today. And I have about 3 writers who are done with 4 different stories. One set in old Ghana Empire, one about when the Portuguese came to our shore. There's a very nice narrative about what really happened. And so I've decided to put that one in video. And then there is another one on the Battle of Nsamanko, the battle between the British and then the Ashantis. That battle, the Ashantis actually won. So it is going to be a series on African history. But then I can't do that from my pocket this time around. So money from the apps challenge is going to it is going to be used to buy software license, hardware, basically, and then also pay the young guys who are writing these stories for me. The concept is there, but if you don't have the writers to do that, then it's a different thing altogether. And then also pay the guy who is working with me as a director to also be motivated to work. So basically, the money from the apps challenge is going to be used to push the Griot series. So it's going to be episodes by episode. Each episode with a different story on Africa's past, African civilization.
How long will it take you and how long would they be? 3 minutes, 1 minute?
For now, I'm targeting 5 minutes. So which means that I would have to get a machine with both CPU and GPU power to be able to render on time.
So currently, what machine did you use to render this?
This is my old HP i5 DV7. I started using it since final year 2012. So it's okay, but it isn't where you would want it, because there are software that you can run. The video RAM is just 512, so it's very low. You can actually run some of the softwares. So with this money,
and it's running Cinema 4D.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
It doesn't crash.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't. Another video.
Any questions?
So are you doing both videos?
No, I think.
No, it's the same video, but it's a different.
I can't seem to find the cutoff page.
So after the 3D, I did compositing. I do node-based compositing, so it gives me control over what I do. So usually I would render them in different passes. So there will be the beauty, the shadows, the specular, everything. And then sometimes I can't render all of them together because that will increase the render time. So I render them in bits and then put them together in post. And then doing them this way gives me control. So assuming I'm doing a job for a client, and then he says that I don't want the blue background, I want red. Now because I save the background different from the foreground and a whole lot of other elements, I have absolute control. I don't need to go back into my 3D package to re-render them. So I just kick them off from there. So all of those notes down there together give out the final look. Node by node.
Okay.
That's it.
Good with this. If MTN was to create a platform for animations and stuff, are you willing to upload stuff to it?
As in?
Like how you have the apps, where MTN Play Store. If you had an animation platform, would you upload?
Oh, sure. Sure, because as of now, I'm not working for any firm. So basically, we want to get out there and also be able to
showcase what you have here.
Any more questions?
No, we're done.
Okay. And thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here! You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC, Huawei, and ZTE. MTN App Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church rise.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
stuffed meat pie they are sharing here? For salam. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after one. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minutes. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full
You've got 5 minutes to show us the sort of the technical aspects of your animation, and if there are any sort of business models we'd like to hear, any sort of business revenue numbers and that sort of thing. So over to you.
Thank you very much for having me here today. Today I'll be talking more about the business aspect of animation. And, we'll start from this quote, where I say, "Frozen is the most grossing animation film ever which has ever been made." And it's made $219 billion and is the 5th highest grossing animation in the world. No film ever to be made. And boiling it down to Africa, that's Zambezia, was made by the studio Triggerfish. And it made 20 million. The budget that was used was 20 million, and it made 35 million in general. So before you start any animation project, you look at your target audience, who you're talking to in terms of your topic. So when you are able to come to that terms, you create a website, you create journals that will push your film as the film is in production. You create a social media network that will boost up the interest of the people. So you create different handles on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that you'll be posting day to day behind the scenes of the project. When the project is done, you make sure it's not just an animation film, but there is a whole business side to it. So which is the merchandising. In merchandising for Agokoli, we've decided that we'll be doing a comic book out of it.
Okay.
We'll be doing, so when it comes to comic book, this is a preview of a sample of the film. That's a mock-up of our comic book. So we will stay true to the animation film, getting some of the illustrations in there to tell the story. So when you watch the animation and you are watching the comic book, you're reading the comic book, we have also an audio thing that goes along with it. So you can be reading along with the audio bit. It has t-shirt and polo shirt, sweatshirt, branded in Agokoli. It also has coffee mugs to it, so that in every house, when you go there, you can find an Agokoli mug. And the last thing that we are now working on is a game, a smartphone game for the Agokoli film, where you see Agokoli moving, trying to get the people who escaped. So he'll go through a lot of obstacles and other stuff. So from the merchandising bit, you make sure you enter into the film market. So the film market, in every production, before you even get to post-production in animation, you make sure you have your distributors set to distribute your films. And when a talk about distribution, I'm talking about social media platforms. I'm talking about distribution in cinemas and any other film-related platforms. And if you think you have the capacity to create your own platforms to put your videos on it, it's also a goal. But before you show your film, you premiere it, you make sure you take it to film festivals to get the hype around it, where it will be easy for you to sell your film. Because, for instance, if you enter your film into Cannes, Annecy is the biggest animation festival in the world. You enter into Oscars, and you get, what do you call it, any award or nomination from there. You can ride on that mention to do your premiere, and it will be a very good setup for you. So from then you go to the cinema release, then you look at submitting your film for TV and cable shows. And if animation, short animation, as Agokoli, can't make too much money from cinemas, because cinemas only accept feature-length films. So what you can do as a producer is to sell the legal right for someone who wants to extend it into a feature-length film. In that case, you can get some money over there. And also, with the music that I used in the film, can be used as a commercial sort of music to make commercial money. So you commercialized your original music score. And lastly, you try to sell copies. But selling copies should be the last thing that you ever try to do. And through this, I'm trying to make Agokoli an iconic character where, when you're talking about animated characters in Africa, you can point straight to Agokoli. So, for example, like Mickey Mouse. So I've patented the character that I created, Agokoli. This character has been patented. And I'll be doing 3D models and poses of it with the 3D print machine for kids to play with. So basically, there's the business model for the film Agokoli. Thank you.
Okay. Is anybody have a question?
So, yeah, for me, I think it's a perfect space. Of course, the entertainment space is the biggest in the whole world, but Africa is contributing very minimal of that, though we are making it in low budget films. But I feel animations can catapult it to be at par with the West. So I'm impressed with Agokoli, especially where you've taken it. I think you've won how many awards for it?
Agokoli has won about 9 awards out of 12.
And
shortlisting in student Oscar.
and which,
use the microphone.
And which film festivals have you showcased?
It has been shown in Annecy. There's the biggest animation festival in the world.
Okay.
And it got nominated in Africa Academy Awards.
Okay.
And it got Best Animation Film in Africa International Film Festival recently. That's Africa.
Did you not honestly feel like you almost have too much of an advantage in this competition?
I don't think so, because those who are pitching in this competition are my mate.
Yep.
And I'm very young. I'm not old. I'm only just pushing.
You are very young.
Yes, I'm only just pushing beyond my age.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Like I feel you are even not pushing beyond your age. You deserve any competition is a competition. It doesn't matter whether you are overqualified or not. Good work is good work, right? And
you guys all go to school together?
Yeah.
Same class?
Yeah.
Same class.
Yeah, same class. And
very interesting.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Beto was my senior though.
Yeah.
Beto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the thing is that
and it shows
I'm happy. I'm happy that you guys are within this competition, I like the Agokoli work. I like the theme, the story, and I want to see more versions of this, better quality, better production. As every
That's
money,
why we need this money.
Exactly, any money is
Do some more.
yeah.
Direct split.
It's good.
I don't know, but
doesn't
even
matter.
if it's
This was created
as
as a
small as
project
any money,
It will help in the
will
process.
make
I hear you.
yeah, so
Every month, like
every little
every penny counts.
Yeah, and I'm glad, and I think we definitely have to come together to make something wow for the world, right?
We always talk about that.
Exactly, but yeah, so definitely we need to. The creative space needs a lot of expertise, people who are passionate, and I feel that passion in here. I like the vision. You've thought it through where you want it to go.
Okay, Aaron, we've closed.
Right. So no. It's
No. It's
if we had an MTN animations platform, would you be willing to upload content there?
Yes.
You'd be willing to.
And any platform that will push my brand is always welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll let you know how it goes.
Something to say?
Well, the only thing I have to say is that part of the marketing strategy that we've had, you are a testimony to that. Apps Challenge is one, where they saw the work we showcased out there with animation. So we had an input because of that. So we're looking forward to see more work so that other organizations can also include them in their work. So come. So good work.
Shit. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders. Achievement without limits. And health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN. Everywhere you go.
You're welcome. Congratulations on making it to the finals of the MTN Job Challenge. Are you excited?
Very excited.
Great. So you've got 5 minutes to tell us if you've done anything different with the app the last time we saw you. And then we'll go into the code, and you can tell us about architecture, and we're just checking to see if your code is strong.
Okay.
So over to you.
Okay. Based on the criticisms we had the last time we came here, we decided to make some major changes in our work.
What's your app called?
Diane.
Yes, Diane. Okay.
Yes, please.
If you Nipa, now move to.
We decided to make some major changes in our work to alleviate the toggling feature which you complain about, and also to enhance the control. That is also making our system more intelligent. So based on that, what we added is a facial detection system and also voice assistant. And the reason why we added a facial detection system is that, let's say, for instance, if I'm driving home and I want my gate to open for me, I don't need to toggle on anything to open a gate. But actually, what it does is the camera in front of your house also captures the number plate of your car, matches it to that of the homeowner, and also grant access for you to enter. And also with the voice assistant, we also added that one because sometimes you can program something to be time-based or presence-based. But let's say, for instance, I come to my home, and the light is actually on because I'm in the house, but then I want the light to be off. I can speak, that is, communicate to the device and tell maybe the light to shut off, and it will be that way for you. And also, we added the water quality monitoring system. That one is to monitor the pH and also the turbidity. The turbidity talks about the cleanliness of your water in your storage tank. And so that is a new thing we added to our device.
Nice.
Okay, so based on what we added, these are the benefit the user is going to get. With the water quality monitoring system, it's going to address health issues. Sometimes we use our water tanks over the years and we don't know what goes on in the water tanks, and some of these things can be harmful to us. But if you have a device like this in place, you can be able to monitor and know, okay, maybe the water I have, the pH is abnormal. So maybe you have to maybe check and see what is actually going on inside. And then again, if you have maybe a handicapped person or an elderly person in the house who have difficulty maybe maneuvering around the house, a device like this also help maybe them to be able to do some basic controls in the house. Then again, also this also will enhance security feature in the house. As in, you don't have to walk to your door to find out who is maybe ringing a bell to know who is there. But maybe you can be in your home and you can be in your room and you can know the person actually standing and ringing the bell. And also with a system like this, you can also save energy. As in, sometimes you can, without busy schedules, you can leave your house and forget to turn off some things. Or you can even be in the house and maybe an iron will probably be on and you don't know about it. So with the voice assistant feature we added, it can communicate to you that maybe after a period of time, maybe this iron also is on in this particular room. Would you like it to shut off? You can reply with a yes and the iron will actually go off.
Can you look at the financials and then the codes?
Okay. Okay, so with this, we intended our work for, let's say, the gated communities and also the real estate agencies. So with this, we are projecting that maybe we make 100 units to test the waters first before we actually make a final something on it. So with the 100 pieces, we made the material cost, as in what will go into the production of this 100 units. So the pricing you are seeing here, let's say for the Raspberry Pi 3, it's not for one, but for 100 units. So after that, we had a total budgeted cost for the 100 units to be 62,150. So dividing that by 100 will give you the price of 1 unit. That's around 621 cities, 50 pesos. So we are also estimating on selling the device like 1,005 per unit. And 1,005, looking at the difference, we are looking at it in this way. Maybe in the first month of maybe leasing it out to a user, it will come with some package from maybe MTN, like internet package and other stuffs. So with this profits we have, maybe that will reduce a little based on the price MTN would like to give on their data plan or SMS.
Into your unit is 1,500. You all talk and discuss and come up with the price.
Please, you said.
Well, the IoT people are saying 1,500 per unit. No, it's fine. Just go on.
Okay, so as I was saying, subtracting the total cost.
Production cost.
Yeah, the total production cost, which we had to be 150,000 for the 100 units. Subtracting it from the 62,000, we have a profit of 87,850. And as I said, that would depend on the price that MTN decided to give for the data plan or the SMS package. That is inclusive with it.
So show us some code.
Did you redo this presentation?
So with the codes, there are so many aspects that we wrote our codes in. Since it has an Arduino, a Raspberry Pi, as well as the app. So with the Arduino, we use the C++ to write the codes. And this is one of the Arduino codes. And this is to take care of the intrusion system. So as we said, there is a GSM also attached to it. So in the codes, we call the functions of the GSM. So in the first section, those are to contain the functions of the GSM. Then in the main setup, that's where we do call our functions once. That is the way of when you're writing in the Arduino sketch. You know, the void setup like runs once, whereas you write your main program in the loop. So in the setup, we do that is where we initialize stuff to be maybe getting inputs from a sensor or taking output to a device. So here we're more particularly about the LDR, because we were using the LDR, that is the laser transmission, to the LDR, which is going to use when someone breaks the laser projection on there. So that is the. So we made the LDR as an input, then the trigger pin to input, whilst the buzzer, that's the buzzer to also make the noise as an output, because it will be an output device. Okay. So in the main loop, okay, in the main loop, we then try to get the data from the LDR, because that is what is actually doing the sensing. So we are trying to get data every 4 seconds, every 4 minutes. We try to 4 milliseconds. Sorry, every 4 milliseconds we try to get data from the LDR to check the status of the LDR, whether it has been broken or not. And whilst okay, so now whilst there is a trigger state, the trigger state is when you are leaving the house and you want to activate the LDR system. That is what comes on. So you use the trigger state to activate your intruder alert system. So when that trigger state comes on, then that means our system the laser system starts to be in operation. So we pick up the data, and we still read the data from the LDR state, and we go call the function called intrusion. Intrusion is where we wrote the codes to take care of the whole intrusion system. For the function intrusion, yeah. Okay. So the function intrusion, this is how it works. Yes, though we'll be reading the data from the LDR, and if there is a change, here we are going to use mostly, it's either a 1 or a 0. So if you break contact, it goes to a 1. If there's no break in contact, it is a low. That is 0. So when there is a break in contact, we try to add a SMS into it. So the send intruder message, that is the function that is supposed to go and call your SMS. So it will send an SMS to you that, okay, somebody has intruded into your system. And after that, whilst it's been still activated, the buzzer then comes on to blow an alarm for neighboring people to know that, okay, there's somebody who has intruded into your house.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. Show us the Raspberry Pi code as
well. Okay, the Raspberry Pi, we wrote that in YAML. I think.
So, yeah, so the Raspberry Pi, we used an open source platform. And the code written in that open source platform is the YAML. YAML is another flavor of XML. Yeah. So the first slide, it gives the interface. That is the sections of the info. So the name home gives the first section of the interface, which is the home interface. And the latitude and the longitude tells the device where the device is being located at. So if you would want to do any automations using the GPS, you already know your current location. The elevation deals with the weather. That is the sunrise and sunset. And the metrics are when you create settings for the sensor in what values you would want to read, whether Fahrenheit or Celsius.
So you are the C++ guy. You are the
Python Raspberry guy.
Raspberry. And from what you explained, which functionalities are C++ and which functionalities are Raspberry?
Well, the Raspberry Pi mostly is taking the interface and also some of the automations.
Okay.
Whilst the C++ takes most of the automations. They work together. Work together.
Okay. Yeah.
In the C++, I guess so. If we can go back to the C++ code, that's interesting. Okay, so this is on this code runs on what? On the Arduino. Okay, and this is internet enabled, right? It is internet enabled. Okay, can you show me the part where you are connecting to Wi-Fi?
So the thing is like this. As we said, we are using the Raspberry Pi and then the Arduino. Okay. So we made it to be like the Arduino only works when the Raspberry Pi is on. And the Raspberry Pi is our main gateway. He's the one who is...
Okay, so the Raspberry Pi is like the main server and the Arduino connects to it.
Yeah, and then the other ones are just picking
up. How does the Arduino connect to the Pi?
The Pi.
Yeah.
So as you're saying, when both of them are switched on, there is this, we call it the GPIO pins from the Raspberry Pi. Okay. So we do that in connection to, as you said, there is in the code, there's something called a trigger pin. And it is the Raspberry Pi that gives that command to the Arduino to make that function work in the Arduino. So without that command being given by the Pi, the Arduino is not going to...
The Pi is handling the...
Yeah, it's like the Pi is the
calling
brain.
the shot.
Yes, he's the one doing all the, do this for me, do that for me.
So the Arduino interfaces with the devices, like the detection devices and all that. So the Pi tells it that, okay, do this, turn this on, turn this on.
Yes.
And when there's a detection, the Arduino sends it to the Pi.
Yes.
And the Pi does whatever.
Yes.
So it's the Raspberry Pi that connects to the internet.
Yes.
So that's what you would show me instead. All right, I want to see it.
Okay. Andrew, do you have?
Yeah. So I like your presentation, but right now.
Show what you.
Sure. So I like your presentation, but right now it seems like you created a prototype over a weekend or two, and you kind of duct taped it together. What does this look like as a real product? What kind of enclosure do you have? What regulatory certifications do you need if you're plugging into a wall? If you're dealing with radio communication, what certifications do you need? If you want to lower the bill of material, lower the cost, what components do you actually end up using? Do you write it in Arduino C, C++, or do you write it in straight C so that it uses less space on the bootloader because eventually you're going to run out?
Okay. Talking about writing the codes, we do for the Arduino, it's being written in the Arduino IDE. So that is the platform that we use to write the codes in.
Sure, but that's not production quality. When I fund companies that are doing things with microcontrollers, that are doing IoT projects, when I see something like this, I say that's a prototype. But when you bring it to production, the Arduino bootloader is a big bootloader, and then sometimes it doesn't behave well, sometimes it does its own thing. So you want to write lower level code. You want to be able to have more functionality. You want to deal with edge cases. You don't want to be pressing the reset button, going to somebody's home, knocking on the door and saying, hold on, I got to reset the Arduino so it can talk with the Raspberry Pi. So what does this look like as a real product?
As a real product, I don't know if we could show in the video.
I think the last time we had seen the prototype they had done.
Sure, but that's a prototype. It's very easy to make a prototype.
Yes, so now that you're moving industrial, let's say, because you're going to manufacture, obviously a few things will have to change.
Sure.
Yep.
And I think that's what you should be looking at.
Yeah, so that's what I want to know, because when you're talking about when you're
You're
talking
gonna
about
buy
producing
from-
hardware, and it costs hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, to get things certified, to get things shipped into your country, to deal with prototyping, board layout, to deal with injection molding for case, to deal with tooling. It's not just a prototype. So as an investor, what I want to hear from you is, where do you go? How do you get there? Or is this just a project that's just for fun?
Okay. Right now, we worked on the prototype, but we are also working on how to get it, because the estimates that we gave here are based on estimates buying it on not in bulk, but yeah. So we are still in the process of tackling that situation, trying to make it more friendly and more cost effective.
Thank you.
Alright, so ideally it won't cost me 1,500.
Yes, please.
It should be less.
I still didn't get to see that.
Yeah, for how the Raspberry Pi connects to the internet.
Yeah.
The platform is a server on its own. It's a server on its own. So where
for the other modules in the house, right?
Yeah.
For the nutrition, for the whatever it says, that whatever else that I have.
The server is being run on the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, I understand. For the other components.
For the other component, all the components join the server. That is why we have the YAML configuration file to make it suit what we want it to do. Okay, that's the this is the YAML. This is for the automations. So you create scenes, and you tell using entities, the light entities, the transition, if you want to dim it. So creating this scene, you can use this scene sample to do the automations. That is when the sun is up. Let's say when the sun rises at 6 a.m. and you would want your media player to play at the same time, your lights to dim. These are the automations that we use. So that's the automation. That's like a nickname for the automation. The trigger, the platform, the state in which you want that platform to be in. So from playing, then the condition. That is if the sun is setting or is rising. And the action it should perform. That is the scene. Using the scene, it would dim the lights to your choice. So that's the explanation for.
It's okay with you?
Yeah, time is up, but I still didn't see the part that I wanted to see.
You didn't.
That is connecting to
the code, so that.
No, the Wi-Fi in the house.
The Wi-Fi in the house. Yeah. It's a server, and they
so it doesn't. How is it able to send SMS? Is it using a SIM module or it's?
We have a modem.
A modem.
Yeah, a modem. The MTN modem, which creates a hotspot.
Oh, okay.
So the Raspberry Pi can connect to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Your name, Diane, right?
Diane. How many more?
Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas. Deadline for registration is 7th October 2016. MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is partnered by IPMC.
What are we eating?
Yeah.
You haven't heard. Look, they're getting a
Huawei and ZTE. MTN Apps Challenge, solving everyday problems, changing society.
MTN, everywhere you go.
If I don't see this wedding with my own eyeballs, dear, it's not me.
Church right.
I just go into the church. Okay, let me connect my earpiece.
Now you may. Renano.
Yeah. Oh, these are who stop meat by their sharing here. For salam. Buffet, papa.
Enjoy even more Facebook sessions with MTN free after 1. Now, talk for 1 minute and enjoy free Facebook for the rest of the day. And you still only pay for the first minute. The rest is free. Dial *315# to sign up now. Terms and conditions apply. MTN, everywhere you go.
4G is non-stop music. It's sharing and entertainment without buffering. It's gaming with no lag and movies with full immersion. 4G is business without restrictions. It's also smarter money. It's learning beyond borders, achievement without limits, and health for everyone. It's love, family, joy, and everything else. 4G is life. Get a 4G device today and live on the next level. MTN 4G. Hello, future.
MTN, everywhere you go. Life is better with MTN Mobile Money. It's easy, fast, and super convenient. Experience the new world of better money.
Hey, got some smart ideas that can change the world? Gear up! MTN App Challenge version 4.0 is here. You could change the way we play games, create characters that come to life, and make everyday life more interactive and easier. There is a total of 300,000 Ghana cedis in cash, 4G devices, and many other prizes to be won. Develop a concept for a mobile app or a video animation. Go to appschallenge.mtn.com.gh and submit your idea to enter the competition now. You can enter as an individual or as a team, or a team to represent your senior high school or tertiary institution. It's a contest of ideas.
Showcase the code, the source code to our project Rivulet, and also display our financial projection and why, and tell you why Rivulet should win the challenge. So for Rivulet, our source code is in 2 tiers. We have the back-end code, and we have the front-end, which is the Java code. So we'll start.
What new features did you add to
You talked about the categories. So we added the categories.
Added and updated on Play Store as well.
And what again?
Did you remove the international side?
Yeah, we removed the international section and categorized the movies into various sections. And also, the login
Have it on
background.
your phone?
You said?
We have the updated version of
On Play Store, yeah.
If I go there now,
Yeah, sure. And also on the login screen too,
We changed the login.
we redesigned the interface.
And your logo, your icon is
The logo.
the app icon.
Yes, we changed that as well.
Okay. But you haven't worked with the interface.
Yeah, we did some of it.
Okay, so just go quick. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. First of all, we would like to show you the database structure of our backend. Okay. So for that, we have database structure set up in a way. Each table has columns, which makes it possible for various tables within the database to interact, to make them relational enough. And we make use of InnoDB MySQL engine for the database.
Can we see the code?
For each,
Did he ask to see the database?
no, we just.
Let's jump right into the code.
Okay.
Is this for the back end?
Yeah, for the backend.
Why aren't you using any ORM? You know
I think
ORM?
the ones who were taking other
Object
people's
Relational
videos.
Mapper.
So they've taken off the...
Do you have anything like that? Are you using a framework?
No.
No framework.
I was the one who saved that.
Why?
Yes.
It's easier for me to develop its procedure using from scratch without a framework.
That's scary.
Actually, we built components like together for some time back. So we just joined them together to compile for this actual project.
So you
we
have
didn't
your own
use
framework,
any framework
basically.
like Laravel or anything. We have our own codes that we built for.
Can I see how you fetch data from the database?
Okay. Because it interacts with the Java code, so we generated APIs which pulls out.
Yeah, let me see the
data.
part of the API that does that.
And the last time you guys twist me, you just soft coded the 45 megabytes compression, right? It's not real time. Because every video file had that 45 megabytes. The compression you spoke about, every video there was 45 megabytes.
Upon click of a video.
No, when you
There's
try
this
to play
notification
and
that
it
comes
says
up and it says that
it's encoding.
video size was 45. It has been compressed to 8 megabytes.
This one, original file size 45 MB, compressed to 8 MB. You have saved 37.
and it's like that for all
I go to another. Original size was 45. This was 8 MB.
you will rectify.
Yeah, we actually realized this the last time, but because we couldn't have enough, that's why.
So which file is reporting that throughout, if it's not hard coded? Is it one of the files whose size is reporting throughout, or it's hard coded?
We hard coded it, but it's fetching it from an API. So we just joined the API together. The video file, upon click of it, it's compressing.
It gets a message, so it's just the default message. It's just the default message. It's popping out.
So it's not actually hard coded on the interface.
Well, okay, you continue.
So for the APIs, we have a structure of an API looking like this. So this fetches the data from the table, passes it into an array.
I want to see the code for. Is it a get by array? Can I see that code? Can I see the code in that function?
This is the response.
No, not the response. I want to see.
For the Java part.
No. How do you fetch from the database in the PHP? How do you do that?
Okay, let me show you this one. We have access to PHP here. Okay, so from here, we get a request picking or selecting the artist type based on the ID, we pass the artist type, gets the ID, then we declare the variable here, whole artist.
Wait, you're blocking my view. Can I see?
So we declare the variable here, whole artist, passing it through a MySQL query to select all this from the artist table where artist type is this, and it passes it into a row, fetch out the array. This is
do you know if MySQL query automatically cleans what you got back from the user, because that could cause some problem for you. For example, I don't know if it cleans it automatically. I don't know, but if it doesn't clean it automatically, then if it doesn't escape it, to make sure that the string is not going to mess up your query, then you are in trouble. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
You're not, and that is something that if you were using a framework, you would get by default. Looks like this is something you're not taking care of, and that's a benefit you would have had. But by default, using a framework means your app would have been secure against some of these things. But it's not, because you don't want to use a framework, and for your argument, frameworks are bad.
So with this MySQL, fine. With the MySQL core,
yes.
When you read more into it, does it have that cleaning functionality? Or is there any PHP function that does the cleaning? Or the cleaning is done with the fetch array bit? I know PHP has a lot of... Anyway,
we have
you say?
There's an if-else statement here that negates in case the ID of the artist has not been fetched, then an error should be.
Yeah, that one is, that's not what we meant. We meant when you actually fetch data and there are some bad data in there, how does it return? How does it make sure that the fetch is always correct?
I'm having another challenge.
Yeah, but then if you've not done that, just continue. Like this, most apps are still running like this, which is fine anyway. So continue to.
This is how we get our data from database and pass them on to a JSON generated here with the variable response. So we go through from here. After fetching from the MySQL form, the data has been passed in, collected and being passed into this array, the C table res array.
Okay. And the JSON is prepared for the client.
Yeah, the JSON is prepared for the client.
So these are services that the client just calls when it needs data.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So let's go to the client base bit. But the UI is still very terrible. Right? You guys are bad at
you
UI.
basically messed up what you...
You are bad at UI.
It was already...
We definitely need a UI UX person.
But when you took out the rest, did you see how you stretched the videos?
It doesn't
make it look...
On your phone. On your phones, which screens are you using? 320 by 480?
It looks stretchy. It doesn't look... And then when you broke it down into the various sections, if you want me to click onto a particular category, it's because I'm seeing some movie. Haven't you seen that when you go into the other, the Mob Bros and Co., you'll see Sylvester, you'll see Rambo 1, then you see action. Then when you enter that, then the others are there. They always put a thumbnail to give you an idea of what's in there.
Yeah.
And you do those funny things, and nobody's going to go into the movies.
That's bad.
It's nothing that's going to pull you to click. And you want them to click. It's when they start clicking that you make money.
Movie apps are very attractive, right?
Yes.
Nice pictures, proportional dimensions. Your imagery or your thumbnails are all stretched, and you are happy. You see 1 and 2 stretched bagaya like that. YOLO, all the episodes are stretched. You need to have some sense of design in your mind as well, especially if you want to build a multimedia app. If you don't have that skill set, you get a UI UX person, right?
You need one more person.
Can I see how you saw password?
The password?
Yeah, how you store user's password. Between that and showing the compression, whichever one you find more interesting. Okay. This is a sign up.
Yes, this is for this.
Do I see sing up or what?
Yeah, sing up.
Okay.
Sorry, what's happening?
Let me see the one. He's gonna just show me how you store the password. You store it up.
Don't you want to click on the movie?
Yes.
You
Just
saw what I give to you.
yes.
You don't do anything.
You don't.
No MD5, no, because we were passing the data through a JSON, so we just decided to keep it as
If you
well.
offer this to, which one will you click?
No, I'm talking about on the when I fill the when I type onto my phone that this is my password and this is my email that I want to use, and I send it over to you. What do you do on the back end when you receive it? When you're creating an account for me, you don't do anything to the password.
No, we don't do anything.
You just grab it and put it in the database.
Yes.
Just as I gave it to you.
Yes.
So, for example, if my password is password, you look in the database, you will see that my password is password.
He's answered. He says yes. You sound confused. He's saying yes.
Maybe I'm not coming out clearly.
No. He's saying yes. He's agreed. It's plain text.
I understand what
is going to
I know you are confused, but he's saying yes. Like literally. That's how it is.
All right, awesome.
you
can I see the compression?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Wait, Andrew, please give me a second. Let him show me the compression, then I'm done.
The person is telling you the truth, but you want them to lie to you.
I thought he didn't understand what I said, so I should break
He understood. That's why he kept saying yes. He understood clearly. And he knows now what he's done wrong. You can see. It's fine.
I don't know that no one will click. Even though you have a good product, everybody says you have one of those. This is compressed and it's plain.
So what we are finding, what happens if you don't win? To Revulet, what the Revulet, no? What happens if you don't win?
We go back to work on our codes and try as much as possible.
So this is something you're looking to pursue. Are you still in school or you finished school?
Still in school.
You're still in school. Which school? Where?
Blue Crest College. Used to be NIT.
NIT. Okay. Oh. Anyway.
You don't have the
encryption. I said the compression.
But you can, as it shows me the code.
Okay. As you look for the encryption, I'm going to move on to my piece of feedback. So I think startups should follow industry best practices for a variety of reasons. When you follow industry best practices, you don't run into problems where your code is exploitable, and that could ruin a company. That could make an investment go from $1 million, multi-million-dollar investment to nothing overnight because you ruin your reputation, you're at risk of lawsuit. And there are many other reasons. It makes it hard to hire people if you have your own custom system for doing things. How are you going to hire somebody and onboard them in a quick process? You're just going to spend months having them pour through your code and trying to figure out how things work. And then you end up having a variety of other problems that it's going to take you longer to do development work because you can look at frameworks. You say, okay, I want to turn data that's in a database into a form. Okay, I want to do session management. I want to do this type of verification. I want to work with OAuth. I want to work with storing files. It's built in, so you're not following good, dry, don't repeat yourself patterns, and because of that, it's going to be a lot harder to make your company successful.
So 2 days ago, I was willing to pay maybe $15,000 to buy shares. As it stands today, you have to pay me to be part of your company.
Oh, dear.
Because you have the code, but you have nothing else. I can turn this around, but you can't turn it around. From taking the advice and going to mess it and coming back means that you don't have what it takes to move it forward. So when I'm coming, I feel like I'm really moving it forward. You only have an engine. You don't have the car. You don't sell it like that. You get what I mean? You can only move. You have, okay, so the idea is still there, but with the concepts that came in, you should have taken your time to, try. You messed it up and I just showed you, right? So now you have an idea.
Actually, I don't know why. We just updated APK on Play Store this done. So I don't, the ground categories, we use pictures.
So this is not the right version?
Yeah, we uploaded this.
But it's an
What you showed.
How did I get it?
Did you do an update?
Yes.
Yeah, we did an update.
No,
Just this done.
Yes. This wasn't available.
So show
earlier.
us on your phone, let's see.
You know.